This event certainly wouldn't be possible without you guys, members of the media. We certainly appreciate all your hard work and support of high school athletics in and around the communities that we serve. I also like to offer a special thanks to Russell Branham with the Talladega Super Speedway for making this awesome venue available to us once again here for our High School Media Day with our students represented from Talladega County. One special thanks also goes to Chad Jones with First Bank of Alabama for being our corporate sponsor of today's event. Looking back at 10 years, we have accomplished a lot here with our high school athletes on the football field in Talladega County. I think members that have been represented here at Media Day, we've had at least one of the player reps go on to play in the NFL, win a national championship at the collegiate level. This morning I saw a police officer at Jack's, who actually was one of the representatives from his school at High School Media Day. So lots of great accomplishments along the way. We certainly are proud of our student athletes here in Talladega County. And with that being said, we're going to kick things off with the only coach who was at the first Media Day and is still at the same school. We got head coach John Limbaugh with the Fayetteville High School Wolves, and representing Fayetteville today we have the Deloach boys, Pacey and Zeke. In addition to Dakota Ogle, they compete in Class 2A Region 4, and they will open up the season against Woodland at home on August the 20th.
Coach, just talk about the summer and the guys that you have with you today.
Well, I had a great summer. Guys worked hard in the weight room. We did several 7-on-7s this summer. We just got through working out at Midland Christian High School. We did an OTA with them. And Raglan was also there and had a great day of work there, and that was this last Tuesday. Had a great day there. But we competed at the FCA 7-on-7 in Chillsburg, and Cole Limbaugh did a great job organizing that and setting that up. But we did really well there. Went to Sanford and learned a lot about ourselves at Sanford, and had a good day. But a day where we worked hard and put the work in, but things didn't go as well as we wanted to that day, but we knew a lot about us after that day. So we had a good summer in that regard. Had a good summer of work in the weight room, and these boys just ready to get out and go. I got two seniors with me that I'm going to miss terribly when they graduate. Dakota Ogle, and he's a great kid, great person. Appreciate him so very much for who he is. But on the football field, this one will play at the next level. We're going to get him somewhere, and he's going to play at the next level. And the same thing about our senior quarterback, Pacey Deloach. I really appreciate him and the way he is as a person, the way he carries himself. He's a serious person when he gets on the field, a fun person off the field. But he's serious about his ball. If he's playing checkers, he wants to win. And I'll often try to talk to him. Just settle down, Pacey. It's okay. And but he wants every ball caught. He wants to win that game, whether it's a 7-on-7 or whatever he's doing. He wants to win. And I appreciate that so much about him. And Zeke is his brother, of course, but Zeke's his own person. Works hard in the weight room, really. And he gets after it in there. He can lift more than I can, which that's not saying a lot, but he gets after it in there, works hard, but he's one of our top receivers. And I appreciate Zeke so very much. But a good group of guys here, and I need about 15 more just like them.
John, would you just speak to what Griffith talked about? I had not realized that. You've been here from the first to
Right.
now,
Yeah.
and the deal about being the only guy still at the same school, that's got to go too.
Well,
Would you speak to that longevity and how you've seen this thing grow?
Well, we've had success at Fayetteville. In 2A ball, things go up and down. You hear a lot of people say it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jim and the Joes. Well, that really comes into play a lot in any level. But in 2A ball, you have special players come along. These guys are all special players. We're looking forward to a great year. But we had a year where we won the region when we were in 1A. And we've had years we've gone to the playoffs. Year 4 last we were in the playoffs. Last year we were very, very close in a lot of games. We just, couldn't turn the corner, couldn't get that edge we needed for whatever reason. We're working on our resiliency. This year we're working on family and teamwork and just putting forth effort in whatever we're doing. But my longevity at Fayetteville means we got a lot of forgiving people in Fayetteville, all right? We got a lot of forgiving, it's a great community, great people. And, but all this happens, longevity happens because of support. One thing is our superintendent, Suzanne Lacey, she supports athletics and has supported me at Fayetteville. Amy Smith, our former principal, supported me all those years. And now we have a new principal, Brittany Brown, who's doing a great job and wants to be very involved in athletics. So that's where it really starts, is from the top on down. But, I love Fayetteville. I've asked people, would I take another job somewhere else? I had a couple opportunities come up in years past. I've said no to all that because I love Fayetteville. I've been pastoring at a church down there for 37 years now, and I'm not one of those guys that are looking for the next step up or whatever. I'm a little long in tooth, but I love where I'm at, and until they run me off, I've got a plan to stay there.
With the growth of this event here, this meeting day, you were the first one, maybe been the first,
Right.
maybe we're the first speaker if they followed the same routine. So you've seen this.
Well, this is a great platform. Being able to come to this facility, and I appreciate all those that are in charge of that. But Griffith organizes this, and through the years, different speakers have come in, and it was one year we played a little cornhole, things like that, together. I hate that COVID got in the way last year, but we have. I like it because it brings coaches together. But this is a good platform to lift up what Talladega County and surrounding schools in this county are doing in their programs. And this is a great platform, and Griff does a great job with it.
All right, this question is for Pacey and Dakota. Fayetteville has a very young team. Why is it important for you guys to step up and be leaders on your team?
It's important to step up and be a good leader on your team, to really leave that role behind, because if you're not a great example for the younger kids on the team, then they're just going to do what you did. So if you don't go out there and give 110%, they're not going to give 110%. You need to go hard every play and show them how to do it.
Like he said, you gotta leave a good example for them. Like, say you take a half a rep off, they're gonna do the same thing just because you're the senior, and they're gonna look up to you. They're gonna want to do what you do, and we're all of us are family, so we're all gonna fall in behind each other. And if we do bad, then they're just gonna want to do bad too, and be lazy. So we all got to do good, try our hardest.
Now, can you just talk about how difficult it was last year, just dealing with everything with COVID and the protocols?
Well, Dr. Lacey sent out protocols for us to go by. We went by those protocols. I just was talking with her, sharing with her we're still spraying our locker room and so forth like that. We've used the big difference was using water bottles instead of squeeze bottles. We've been using those for years, but being able to have water bottles and to drink out of was a challenge. We went to do some fundraisers and ask people to give for the water. But it's amazing surrounding people like Walmart and other facilities like that. Businesses stepped up and would give us donations of water and things like that. Home Depot gave us a couple. I really appreciate those guys doing that, some of our parents. But that was the big change, just giving the kids the water. But through the COVID, it was challenging. But I think, anytime you go through a tough time or hard time, you can rise above what's happening. It teaches you a lot of life lessons and other things like that. And I think we grew up a lot, but it was very difficult, to say the least, last year. But I'm just thankful for our county and the AHSAA, the state that governs everything over athletics. They allowed us to play, and we played every game, and I appreciate that very, very much.
For the players, how difficult was it just trying to play through it?
Well, it was really it was harder to do everything. Like, when we go to the weight room, you got to wear a mask. It was really difficult being in those protocols. You had to wipe down everything after every time. You had to stay 6 feet. It was a lot different to play through it because it just, it wasn't the same. But we fought through it, and we still played all of our games.
It was just weird to me because, it's something that I've never experienced. Like you said, we had to wipe everything down, and one of our games got forfeited because the other team got COVID. Missing out on games like that, just takes away from what you could have done, and it was just weird.
Yeah, it was definitely different, and we're the first people in high school to experience this, so you just get a different mindset. But going into the game, you don't even think about it, so it's just the same as it was last year to me.
Just talk about what you guys want to accomplish this year. Where are you going for this season?
First goal is to be the people of character we should be. First goal is the classroom. And I'm serious about this. We have to do the right things in the classroom to be the people that, our God wants us to be the people that our parents want us to be, that our coaches want us to be. So our players have to first be men of God, and their faith plays a role in that. And from that, they develop the character they need to make the grades they need. Because I believe I'm sitting by a couple right here on each side of me that can play at the next level. We're working towards that. But that ACT score has got to be what it ought to be, okay, for them to get where they need to be. So the first thing is the academics part. Be who you're supposed to be for everybody that it matters to, including yourself, and set that role, establish who you are, okay? And then from that, it's our community, how we impact community. Because when they wear something Fayetteville, outside the school, they're representing. Now they're representing. So the character is the first thing. Then our goals, of course, we want to win. We're going to compete at that high level, and we're going to win. We got to stay away from turnovers. Okay, we got to stay away from that. Our last game of the season was against Chilsburg, and you can't. I don't know many victories after turning the ball over 5 times. You can't do that. So we're going to cut back on those mistakes, and we're going to play not just to compete, but to win. So it's about winning. Our goal is to go to the playoffs and move from there. But first, we got to get there. Okay, we got to beat Vincent. We got to beat some teams. Okay, and win some games. And those close games, we got to turn that corner and learn how to win the third down. Learn how to win the fourth down. You get in the red zone, you got to score. Okay, so we get those opportunities from the red zone. The same thing as opportunities in life. We got to know how to score. We got to know how to do the right things. And I do believe wholeheartedly that believes with Christ first. You put Him first, and He said all this other thing I'll add to you. But you got to put Him first, and all that comes from your faith and your family and your community, what you do in the classroom, and it all pays dividends on the football field. It really does.
For Pacey and Dakota, do y'all have players in college or the NFL right now that y'all kind of look up to and maybe try to emulate on the field at your positions?
Yes, kind of. I'm a huge Auburn fan, but a real quarterback that I liked watching last year was Matt Jones. He's a great quarterback. He can read the field. He can leave the pocket some. He's just a great quarterback you want to watch. And I always like Tua too, even though I'm an Auburn fan. Them Alabama quarterbacks, I don't know, there's something about him, but Tua, he did the right thing. He was Christ-like, but he still was a great quarterback. I liked it.
See, I look up to Aaron Donald because my favorite position on the field, I play both sides of the ball, offense and defense, but I like Aaron Donald because he's like a 3-tech, and I just like watching what he does because I know one day if I work hard enough, I could be just like him.
Zeke, what is it like catching passes from your brother?
It's just a great feeling because, it's something we did growing up, just always on the field, from youth, pee-wee to now. So it's definitely a great feeling, and it's going to be different next year without him.
I'd like to say this. Zeke's our second-string quarterback as well. I wish we had more DeLoaches in the community. We've always done well with these DeLoaches. They get after, but it is the thing of confidence. These two have confidence in each other. Zeke's got confidence he's going to get me the ball, and Pacey has confidence that he's going to catch it if it's thrown. It's that confidence that they've had. And like Zeke said, just to tag on to what he said, they did this growing up. They did the backyard ball. They know each other's movements. It's already been choreographed for them. So it's fun to watch them on the field. It really is.
Pacey, I did want to ask you kind of the same thing. Are there times when you're on the field when you I don't know, when you're watching your brother, it's maybe easier to know exactly where he's going to be or where he's going to go, and I don't know, maybe it is a little more comfortable for you in a big moment to look his way if he's open?
Yeah, like back to what they said, like we've been doing this since we were 3, 4 years old. As soon as we could walk, we were playing ball with each other, like baseball, basketball, football, any sport with a ball we've been playing. And it's really nice, and like, I don't know, it's almost like comfortable feeling just having, like, knowing because you've done it for so long and knowing you can rely on him to catch the football.
For all the players, what's the y'all's practices that y'all got coming up here before your first game, the kind of fall camp period, what's your least favorite part of that? Do you have a least favorite drill or a least favorite thing you go through?
Conditioning. It's rough running them sprints and them snakes and the gassers. I mean, it kills you, but I mean, at the end of the day, it gets you ready. It gets you ready for the fourth quarter.
For y'all?
Yeah, I'd say conditioning is probably the worst part because we got Coach Moore out there, and he never gives up on you, and he'll just keep pushing you until you can't run no more.
I don't like to say the same thing, but it is conditioning because, yeah, our coach definitely doesn't care if you're tired, but he'll make you do it no matter what. But it still helps us for every game and just get ready to run.
Casey and Zeke, your older brother was also a quarterback at Fayetteville. How has he been able to mentor you guys in this position?
I mean, I don't like saying the same thing, but ever since we were young, I mean, he's about 5 years older, 6 years older than Zeke. So he's been teaching us everything he does, and we've watched him. We've watched him on the field. We've watched him in the backyard. He's honestly like sit there and work with us when no one else would. Like when we didn't have a field, we're in the backyard, and he's teaching us everything he knows. And it's really a great feeling knowing to have someone like that in your life to help you out in the long run.
Yeah, he was always there, and we always played in the backyard with him. And just seeing him on the field, he was a leader to us, and we looked up to him all the time. So now it's our time, and everybody's looking up to us. So, yes.
I will say that Pacey stays in his pocket a little bit better. Bailey would bail, and I would. My saying on the radio was, "Here we go." You never knew what was going to happen. He was a great player, fun player to watch. Absolutely.
Coach, let's talk about offense. Last year you had 13 points a game. What improvement can you guys make this year to get the scoring?
Right. Well, it's all about execution. We would be on the cusp of something good happening with fumble the ball or something like that would always happen. But it's about execution and completing what you're doing. Got to finish. So that's what we're working on is execution. It doesn't matter what offense you run. It doesn't matter if you're running I, if you're running pro set. It doesn't matter if you spread out. It doesn't matter. Whatever you're doing, do it correctly. Simplify and do it correctly, and that's what we're working on. And we're gonna get those numbers up this year. I can promise you that. We're gonna have a lot of motion involved, a lot of fun things happening. So, and Pacey is intelligent, so he can carry these things out.
Pacey, last year you didn't have the year that you wanted. Sophomore year had 19 touchdowns. Just talk about trying to bounce back and having a great senior season.
Yeah, my sophomore year, I came in quarterback after game 3, and I started doing good. And then last year, I don't know, we just had a rough season. We just couldn't connect. We were missing something. And I don't know, but we've been working hard. The team's been getting after it this year. And I think that we can bounce back from my senior season and we can make a run, go on.
Do you think that's part of turning the corner, just getting things going right on offense?
Absolutely. We were right there on that edge last year, and there were a lot of things that were, you watch us at practice, real good against ourselves. We look pretty good, but carrying that over to the field, carrying that to the game field, that's the point. Executing there where it matters, making that happen there, and we're going to do it. You're going to still annoy us out of Fayetteville this year. We're all very excited. And Pacey was saying when we were walking into this facility, he said, "Coach, I can't wait till Monday." So we're excited about practice. These guys are excited about getting on the field and hitting someone and playing this ball game and the game they love. And offense is going to move the ball this year, absolutely.
I know you have these 3 guys here, but has it been somebody else that's really been standing out for you throughout the summer, spring and summer?
Hunter Hammonds. He plays tailback for us, and he's been working hard, and he's a standout to me. He's doing good work. I like Kaz Duke at at center position. He does a great job, and I don't recall him messing up a snap. That's what I like about him. He's just very consistent, very reliable, and I appreciate Kaz Duke a lot. And there's a lot of kids that's making a jump for us, but you know, we've got 13 seniors. You look at us and you say, oh, that's a squad that's got a lot of older guys. Well, it's kind of it would kind of fool you because we got a lot of ninth graders playing, and some of those guys are starters. So something Ms. Hammond said a while ago is we're young. She may know football better than most because we are. We may have 13 seniors, but other than that, we're still young. And we're getting production that we need out of about half of those seniors. Okay, some are coming out for their first year of football. So we're allowing them to come out because, you know, I like having numbers out there at the 2A level. So they're going to grow, they're going to get better, and they're going to compete. But we are still a young team. But with the guys like this around, I mean, we're going to be okay. We're going to make a little noise, I promise you that.
Talk about having numbers. I mean, you think that's going to help with the uncertainty that's going around still with COVID being here?
Well, we've got one out right now, but he'll be back. Actually, his last day is the day before we start practice. So he'll be back at the first practice, and I appreciate him. He's been texting me. He wants to be there so bad. I'm like, stay at the house, get your 10 days in, and all like this since his negative test. So it is a struggle, but every coach wants numbers. I mean, we're not at a 7A level, so if you've got 35, and we're playing with 36 actually. We got 37 on the roster. We got one that's still injured, but and won't play this year. But we have a great squad of kids that care. And they want to work. They want to get after it. You don't have to beg them to show up. They're there to work out. That's what I like about our kids at Fayetteville. I hear a lot of coaches say, well, we just can't get them there. That's not our problem. Our kids do come, and they also have jobs. They work. But every coach wants numbers. Every coach wants to be able to have a one, instead of somebody going both ways, you just play them on offense and one-way players. That's awesome if you can do that. And we're trying to develop that, instead of the two-way players. Right now, all these guys are going to be going two ways, but we're trying to develop just that one way. I know this one fusses at me a lot because he wants that defensive time, and he's going to get some of it, but not as probably as much as he wants.
If there are no further questions for Coach Limbaugh and the Fayetteville Wolves, that will wrap up our first session. Up next, we will have the Talladega Tigers in about 5 minutes.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the food you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned, and with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years, federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the Talladega Super Speedway. Next up, we have Coach Shannon Felder and the Talladega Tigers. Representing the Tigers today, we have Jalen Cunningham, Ardarius Wilson, and Malik Williams. The Tigers compete in Class 5A Region 4, open their season on August the 20th at home against Montford.
So just talk about how your summer been and the guys you brought with you today.
All right, well, before I answer that question, I do want to say, give out a few thanks. Want to thank the Dr. Lee, the superintendent, Dr. Williams, Miss O'Neill, our AD, Mr. Simmons. I also want to thank our Booster Club for their support and helping the parents. Also want to thank First Alabama and Chad Jones and Alpha they're kind of our corporate sponsors. So I want to send out a special thanks to those guys. Now, to answer your question as far as the summer is concerned, it's been busy. We've this year we probably attended more camps and 7-on-7s than we have in years in the past. So it's been a busy summer. It's been an exciting summer. We've learned a lot about our team and things that we need to do to get better and improve. So it's been a good, busy summer, but it's also been a prosperous summer.
Why was that, Shannon? How many did you go to, and why did you feel at this time it was necessary to go to so many?
As far as how many I went to, I don't know. We scheduled a lot, and we went to attended all of them. But I felt like we needed to. We needed the experience. Defensively, we are starting 11 guys that have never played the position they've played, which means we've got 1 or 2 guys that played last year, but they're playing a different position. That same thing that happened in the spring game. We had 11 different guys playing in different spots on defense. So offensively, we had a lot of holes to replace. And so I thought it was important that we compete as much as possible to try to gain much as we could game experience-wise.
In any places that you've been, have you done that much of that kind of
No,
stuff? at the other
this is the most that since I've been a head coach. This is the most camps and 7-on-7s we've ever attended.
Did the guys that went, did they like it?
I'm sure they did.
Yes, sir. I liked it because, it helping us get better and improve on anything that we need to do, to work on. As the coach said, he said we need, he said that a lot of people didn't play the position last year that they playing right now. So he was like, it's helping them get better and work on the stuff that they need to work on for this season.
Did the bigger guys go?
They attended some of them.
Huh?
They attended some of them. Some of the ones that they didn't have stuff for linemen, but
They didn't catch no passes, did they?
a couple of them did. Y'all want to say something?
I liked the competition at the camps to really showcase how I am against other people, and I like the way that we set it up.
I think it made us better. Just going to compete with different people instead of being at practice every day, it showed us something different talent.
Before you ask the next question, I do want to say this. The coaches picked the players that attended. They picked these 2 guys. They picked Adarius and Malik. Cunningham wanted to make a deal with me, I think starting the 2nd semester. He said, Coach, if I make A's and B's, can I go to media day? So I guess this media day is really important to the guys. And he made A's and B's and showed me his report card. So once I verified it, I told him he could attend. So that's how Cunningham made it this year.
Now, why did you want to go?
I think it's good to show people that it don't matter what grade you in, how good you are. Show the people that you care. Show them that how you feel. So like that.
Well, what he said was linemen never get to go.
That's one reason.
So.
Coach, real quick, I know you started, this is be your 3rd year, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Talladega? I know your first year you came in, a week before practice started?
Yep.
And then your 2nd year, you have to deal with COVID. What has it been at least for this summer, going into, not everything's normal by any stretch of the means right now, but it's a little bit better than the first 2 years, I would think, than you've been used to at Talladega. How has it been, you're going into your 3rd year?
Well, my 2nd year, we suffered with numbers, as most schools did as well. A lot of parents were a little bit scared and a little hesitant to let their kids come to school, much less play football. So it affected the numbers tremendously. Then this year, things returned to being normal for a little while, but then cases in Alabama started popping back up, and actually we took pictures a couple of days ago, and we wore our masks to take pictures. We didn't have the mask on when we took our pictures, but we wore our masks over. So we are still trying to take some precaution and making sure that we're doing everything we need to be doing so that we'll have all our guys when the season starts.
Coach, another thing that wasn't mentioned in the last question was
last year you had to experience the jump from 4A to 5A, going back up. And can you talk a little bit about the difference between playing 4A ball and playing 5A ball, and any of the players that you know can answer that as well? I mean, how much difference is there really? Because it seems like to us there's a lot.
Well, there's definitely a big difference. First of all, like I said earlier, COVID affected our numbers. So we felt like we were a 1A team playing 5A ball. I mean, that's, you know, we basically had to have some of the same guys starting offensively and defensively and in the special team. So, you know, that was a big jump, big challenge for us. But through it all, I thought we handled it well. I thought that our guys stayed healthy and done the things they needed to do to ensure that they would be able to compete each Friday. So, but all in all, it was a big challenge for us, and we faced that same challenge again this year.
Coach, new team, new year. You lost a lot from last year. Just talk about replacing that core group of guys that made it to the playoffs 4 years in a row for you.
Well, last year, I think we graduated one of Talladega's most successful group of seniors. There was a lot of closeness with those guys. Nigel's here with us today, even though people can't see him. He's in attendance with us today. Those kids are close. We have a good team. There's a good family feeling among our players. And so losing those guys, you know, it's tough, not just because of what they do on the field, but just because of the relationship that we have with our players. So we're excited for Nigel and Michael and a few of the other guys that are going on to play college ball. But we're also excited about what we have coming back. And so we're trying to get these guys and put these guys in a position that they can get them some scholarships and go play football as well or go further their education.
Just talk about replacing Nigel. Do you have a quarterback battle? Do you have one? Let's talk about the quarterback situation.
Well, that's a spot we're still working on. I know if we get in the when we get in the gun, Malik will play quarterback. When we get up under the center, then we've got a few people that are competing for the spot, and we really hadn't settled in on any one person yet. But when we get in the gun, Malik will be playing quarterback.
What did y'all do in the camps? How did you do the gun all the time? So Malik was your 7-on-7 quarterback?
We attacked it like it was a season. We rotated a little bit. We was under the gun, under the center some, and we were in the gun some. When you're in the gun in 7-on-7, you can do a lot of the stuff that you want to do. Obviously, when you're under the center, it's more play action, and defenses typically don't play fair when it's 7-on-7 because they know you're not going to run the ball. They know it's going to be a pass, so they're not going for the play action type stuff. But we still went through the plays the same way we would if it was a game.
For all the players, do y'all have guys that you look up to that are in college right now or in the NFL or maybe players that have played in the past that you're like, you know, I like watching that guy and I try to emulate them at some point?
Yes, sir. Like, I emulate right now Nigel Scales. I mean, he's a good role model, and I look up to him from last year to being a good key player to the game and just teaching us everything. You know, I try to go to the field and work with him, you know, just to work on my game. It's like, as Coach said, when we go in gun and stuff, then I play quarterback, so I just have to step up to the plate.
I'll piggyback off what he said before I let the other guys. We've had Nigel come up to the school and work with Malik on some of the stuff that he's done. So Nigel has actually been working with Malik and trying to, we'd like to be able to get Malik under the center some. He's just a little shy a little bit up when we get up under the center, but Nigel has been working with it.
For y'all, do y'all have any players that y'all kind of looked up to and try to emulate?
Yes, sir. I like to imitate Lane Johnson. He's one of my favorite players in the NFL, especially for me playing O-line. I like to do situations like what he do in the NFL.
For me, I look up to Mike because he showed that to play as a team and not just play for yourself, but also play for the other people that's on the field with you, because you're not out there by yourself and you can't win it by yourself.
Sorry, who did you say?
Michael McGregor.
Okay.
Not an NFL player, but again, that just goes to show you the closeness that these guys have. Mike graduated last year. Mike's going to UWA to play football, but I think Mike set a perfect example for a lot of the guys as well as a lot of the seniors. But for him to say he looks up to Mike and the way Mike was a team player and all that, I think that says a lot about our guys.
Jalen, since you wanted to be here, you wanted to represent your teammates. Do you have, I don't know, do you feel like that you can be a leader for this group this year in a way that maybe you haven't been in the past?
I think I can. I think that I can show like the young kids that I think I can show them that by doing right, you'll get your chance. Your chance always come. To just do right, work harder, and stay on your grind. And I think anything can be accomplished.
Coach, I know you mentioned earlier that you've got a lot of players this year. I say a lot of players this year that are going to be playing positions that they've never played before. Have you ever had that come up in your past coaching experience, or is this something that's kind of new to you? And how do you feel about that going into the season?
Yeah, I've had it before in the past. I mean, we've had to move people around and try to find. I know that when I was head coach at Donahoe, we experienced a lot of different things. So a lot of stuff that I do now draws from my experiences at Donahoe. We've had to deal with the low numbers. We've had to deal with moving guys around. I know one year we had a guy at Donahoe that played on the line and then next year played running back. So we've had to deal with a lot of moving people around. It's just that I feel like for us this year, it's a little bit more challenging because at the 5A level, you have more competition, and then you have guys that it's a little bit tougher to learn everything to do on offense, everything to do on defense, and so in some spots we're having to do that.
For the guys, do y'all have? I know y'all have team goals that you want to accomplish together as a group. Do y'all have individual goals, either a certain area you want to improve, or a certain benchmark, a certain number, or something in the weight room that you're hoping to accomplish before this season? I guess starting with Malik.
I say I don't really have any goals like as far as like in the weight room or anything, cause I mean I achieved that over the summertime, but it's coming as a team, we all together. It ain't in me and the team. We all think about each other and accomplish goals. We got we don't have a lot of experience and a lot of players, so we have to accomplish a lot of things that we messed up in the summertime. So we just gotta work and play together.
What was the goal you hit over the summer?
Like the goal I hit over the summer was squat, and I was reaching 450 and I accomplished it.
Any goals for you or Derek?
Yes, sir. I have a goal of being a better leader for the team.
I wouldn't say I have like a set goal for myself, but I just go practice by practice, game by game. Take one day at a time.
Is there an area that you maybe hope to improve in, a certain aspect of your game?
I would say defense. I learn get more time on defense and practice more with myself.
He's one of those guys we talked about that hadn't played defense before, but this year he's going to have to play offense and defense.
Jalen, were you excited by that when Coach told you, hey, you're going to see a lot more time on defense this year? Was that exciting for you?
Yes, sir, because in the past I tried to play, but there was something that I just had to do offense, so it kind of gave me a boost that I can finally do it. So I just know I had to work hard at it because there's other people that's at that position that can do better than me. So I was told I had to work hard.
In the past, I think we've always been in pretty good shape. But when your numbers are low, you have to be in better shape because you have to play both ways. And again, that was one of those things that when I was at the other school, that we've had those numbers where we've had to have guys start offense and defense, and we're gonna have that again this year.
Coach, how does that impact you from in the past when maybe you have 5 or 6 new guys, maybe it's easier to kind of install stuff defensively. How does that sort of affect things, especially early on, as you're trying to bring along not just a couple guys on defense, but maybe the whole group together?
Well, it's all about the preparation. I mean, you know what you have to do. You know what areas you have to improve. You figure out the time that it's going to take to do it, and then you put the plan together, and then we execute the plan. So it's no different than it's been for me any other year. we're always going to put a plan together early. Make sure that the plan is catered to improving in the areas we want to improve in, and then we just execute the plan.
Couple guys on defense, but maybe the whole group together.
Coach, what are your team goals for this year?
Well, one is for all of the guys that are seniors to graduate and get themselves a chance to get a scholarship. Two is for all of our guys to improve academically. This year we're going to hire an academic advisor to make sure that we're giving our guys the best chance for success in the classroom. We have coaches that try to do that on the field, but this year we're going to hire an academic advisor to make sure that we're doing the same thing, making that same commitment in the classroom. And then outside of that, on the field, we just want to be able to keep everybody healthy, put a team on the field that's going to be disciplined, that's going to work hard, get the very, very best effort, and then as far as everything else, every year we want to make the playoffs, and I say the same thing every year. Once you get in the playoff, anything can happen. So I would say those are the goals.
Pro players, how important is it to keep that streak going? I mean, Nigel, those guys had 4 years in a row. How important is it to you guys to keep that streak going this season and next season and here on out?
I mean, it's important, to us in the school because, you don't want to die that streak down when it's your senior year, so you just want to keep that streak going until you out of high school. I mean, once you keep that streak going, you don't have to work. You just leave it up to the lower classmen and stuff to keep the streak going.
I always tell them this. This is what I say, and I know they're going to probably, but you don't want to be that class to end the streak. That's what I always tell them.
Let's talk about your schedule just a little bit. You've got a couple of pretty big games at home to open things up against non-region opponents. Two football teams in Munford and Sacs that should both be a good bit better this year.
Well, Sacs probably is returning a lot of guys offensively and defensively. Munford, I think we'll go back to Sacs for a second. Sacs is probably, I would say, one of the strongest teams in 3A. I think that they will definitely make a good run this year. I think Sacs probably had a great chance to beat Piedmont last year. Munford's going to always have a good team. They bring a good balance offensively and defensively. So, I mean, all of the games are important to us. We take each game, hopefully we can get better and play better the next week. The games that I try to say that are the most important to us are the region games. Those are going to be the games that get us in the playoffs. And our goal is to make the playoffs. So everything that we do is trying to prepare us for the playoffs and put ourselves in a position to make the playoffs.
Coach, I know this new season, new team, but is it something from last year that you want to improve upon going into this season?
Well, I thought last year, one of the goals going into last year was to, try not to beat ourselves. The year before last, we were, we'd have teams third down and short, fourth and short, and we'd jump on defense or on offense. We'd be going on a long count, and we'd move. So I thought we'd done a lot of things year before last that really, where we beat ourselves. I thought last year we done a better job, particularly on defense, but we didn't make those mistakes. I think we cut those mistakes in half last year. One of the things that hurt us a lot this year was, in third down situations offensively, we couldn't convert. Defensively, I didn't think we stopped teams as much as we needed to be successful. So those are some areas that we want to try to improve on this year. Being a better team offensively and defensively on those third down situations, and offensively try to keep ourselves from those third and long situations. I thought we'd done fairly well when it was third and short, third and medium, but we were unsuccessful. I want to say about 85% of the time when we had third and long. So we want to try to keep ourselves out of those type of positions.
I guess just real quick for the players, I'll ask, over the summer, maybe y'all have a little more free time than you would have in the season. Do y'all have like a favorite TV show y'all have watched in the past couple months? or a hobby that y'all have got to do that you won't get to do in the next couple months once season gets going?
Not really.
You don't do, so you don't do anything fun? You just sit around?
Nah, you basically just go to practice and stuff.
I'm sure they video games, all of them. I would have to say that.
Malik, do you play video games?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why you say that?
I don't play it like all the time.
The other two guys?
My only hobby is working out.
Okay.
I'm always trying to get better.
I would say going to work. I won't be able to go to work as much as now because season start back, so I have to focus on football and practice basically.
Where do you work?
I work at Burger King. I work with Coach Felder some, so I do a lot.
Does that feel good though that, you know, you won't get to do it as much going forward, but I mean, you know, getting the chance to make some money, get some experience?
Yes, sir. I think it'll do. I like it. Then I also can take pressure off my parents, so.
We try to keep the guys pretty busy. I think it's important that that our team learn the importance of giving back. Tomorrow we're going to take the guys downtown Talladega and we're going to clean up in the square. You know, we've tried to do things, tried to do more this year as far as giving back, learning the importance of that. I think that, you know, a lot is given to the guys, and I think that they have to give just as much as they receive it. And so it's important that they learn how to give and how to do things and not always expect something in return. So that's what I think is important for our guys. I think the late, great Alex Haley, who wrote Roots and was a producer and director, I remember he was being interviewed, and a reporter asked him about a picture that he had on his wall. And on that picture was a turtle on a fence. And he asked him about that picture. And basically that picture showed that that turtle had to have some help to get on that fence. And I think it's important that our guys be that help. And that's what we want. That's what we're trying to teach them, and that's what we hope that we are teaching them.
Were y'all able to do anything like that last year with COVID? Y'all probably couldn't do a lot of community stuff.
We didn't do a lot, but we done some things last week. We helped pass out food. We helped pass out school supplies. So we done some things last year. We'll always be trying to do something to give back.
Coach, you've been around a long time. You're a smart guy. There's been so much in the media lately about all the changes that have happened in college ball with the conferences getting bigger, but mainly the name, image, likeness stuff. Do you see that filtering down into high school ball in the future?
No. I do. I have been asked about a few of our former players for me to give them some money, but that's not going to happen. But I thought it was nice that at least that they asked me, but I don't see it happening in high school football.
What's going to stop it?
The lack of money. That's what's going to stop it.
For the players that's just having that out there, does that make you work harder and try to get to the college level and try to take advantage of the opportunity?
Yes, sir.
I know I wish I had some eligibility left.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with Coach Shannon Felder and the Talladega High School Tigers. Good luck this season, Coach. In about 5 minutes, we will have the Sylacauga High School Aggies.
Thank y'all.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
That's right. First away game. Leads.
Jim, you good? Y'all good? I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Super Speedway. Next up, we have head coach Rob Carter and the Sylacauga High School Aggies. Representing the Aggies today, we have Malik Pope, Brayson Edwards, and Kyron Hughes. The Aggies open their season at Leeds on August the 20th.
Just talk about the summer and the guys you brought with you today.
Right, I'm Rob Carter, I'm the head coach at Sylacauga. I got Brayson Edwards, quarterback, senior, Malik Pope, running back, Kyron Hughes, senior defensive line / running back. It's been a great summer. It's still, we still got this week, we got today. We've had great weather up to this week where it's 100 degrees, but I think it's great to make those kids uncomfortable a little bit like this is. You get to test your kids, you get to find out, what they're made of, what their character is. I'm looking forward to this upcoming season. I can't wait till first day of official practice on Monday. Then eventually the pads on. I know they can't either going into their senior year. But I've been extremely impressed with the kids having to overcome, another coach. New ideas, new schemes, new play calls, different ways to approach games will be, it'll be different for them this year of how Friday is. That's big on that part of different coaches do different things. But they've done a great job of making us feel at home. I brought my family to Sylacauga. My son's on the team. They've done a good job. You'd have thought he was here since kindergarten with them. So, I just totally love these guys for doing that and being his friend and bringing him in, and all of us. Just like my wife's here and, working and doing those things, we're extremely happy to be in Sylacauga.
Coach Carter, it's your first year at Sylacauga. How easy has it been to get the players to buy into your process?
It's been easy. They're hungry. I've got a bunch of good senior athletes that are experienced. They understand as part of the, it's getting that way at every level, and definitely in high school about coaches moving around, and they've done just an amazing job accepting what I have brought to the table, whether it be the game plan, the weight plan, the conditioning plan, and like I said again, it just. I think they're excited somewhat that I've had the opportunity to be successful in my past, and they understand that, I'm going to give the best coaching ability from myself, to them. So.
Will the players discuss the craziness of having to go through 3 coaches in 3 years? You knew that question was going to come up. I mean, you get a different guy, and especially you guys that have been there forever. It's 3 different coaches. 3 different years, and that's philosophy. How tough has it been for you guys to make those adjustments, really rapid fire, one every other year? Each of those guys like that, and I want to ask Rob, I want to ask you something about that when that's been.
I mean, I came here last year when Zal first came here, but having a new coach, I still had a different coach 3 years in a row, and I mean, it's change, and it's going to make the team stronger, being able to go through different things each year, and coaches bring in great things this year, so our team's going to be stronger, and it should be a good year.
No, it's been crazy. Learning new playbooks and everything. I think this year is going to be a great year. All the seniors we got coming back.
3 coaches in the past 2 years, it was hard, but as you start to grow and love for the game, you adjust to certain situations, and everybody wanted. So we at practice is like picking up what we left off last year. With Malik coming back, Brayson, we pretty good.
So it's not one of those deals where here we go again, we got to go change the guys.
No, sir, not at all.
Good. Rob, on your standpoint, you're coming in with the idea you got to keep the train moving. I think they've had 13 straight non-losing seasons, 9 straight winning seasons. What are you stepping into to keep that train rolling with the folks?
Yeah, that's what brought me here. The success, the athletes that they have continually put on the field, that come up. You know, I'm excited looking at our middle school teams and the young kids involved in the community leagues. You know, I knew that was here. So coming to this situation, this is the first time, my second head job. You know, I spoke to a lot of guys that had experience. You know, I'm not one to think I know it all, but I knew there were coaches that had moved, that had experience in this sort of situation. And knowing I was coming to, you know, an athletic team, I'm not rebuilding anything. The worst thing I could have done was eliminate a staff that's done a good job and go strictly new. So I inherited some really good assistant coaches. You know, I can go through their names, all of them, but they're really good. I didn't get rid of any just to bring somebody I thought was maybe my flavor. I knew they were great guys and they would accommodate because they had been through, you know, now 3 different coaches. And like I said, that was probably the biggest thing I knew I needed to do is retain those guys that have done a good job, where they had relationships already built within the team that I was inheriting. I knew I had good athletes. I got high expectations for them. I think they've got high expectations for themselves. So I think that was the number one thing. You know, coaches are going to change from year to year. I might change my game plan next year here. So X's and O's always change, but, you know, the people and the relationships, you know, you come into a place, you don't really want to unsettle it too much, especially if you've got already a successful system.
And one last thing, indulge me with this, please. And I think you have enough people in your school to do this. What's your thought on the girls' football stuff? Are you guys going to do it? Who's going to do it if you are? What's, you know, what's, and I ask that of the bigger schools because I think they'd be the ones that would do most of it. But would you mind addressing that?
Yeah, I mean,
are you going to do it? I mean, is your school going to do it?
No, we have not declared a team this year. You know, we're pretty good at volleyball and those sort of things. And it draws, you know, our school's so big, we got so many sports already. I watched it this year by chance, watching the Georgia one, state championship for them. And you know, we play powder puff football. It's usually more physical than these guys. I hate to tell them that, but it is. I'm for it, you know. Today, a lot of unfortunately women are raising, you know, boys themselves, and I think it will help, you know, keep the toughness in these kids and help them, you know, when they are raising one by themselves, a son that gets them involved in football. So I'm for it. It's just that sometimes it takes away when you don't have, you know, big, I say, population of students.
You know anybody that is? Anybody in your county doing it? They talk about that?
None in this county, no.
Thanks for indulging me on that.
Okay.
Coach, you saw firsthand last year as the coach in Beauregard, Silicaga, at your place. What did you see last year as an opponent of Silicaga to what maybe you're seeing now as the head coach at Silicaga?
Well, I mean, position-wise, it was very few weaknesses. You know, I knew they had really good talent, great speed. You know, I think I expected more for Silicaga than they accomplished last year, to be honest with you. When I watched them play, you know, their first region game was Clay Central, and, you know, it came into just a mistake here or there. Could have gone either way. But, you know, I played them for years. And, you know, we got back in the this region where I was last at Beauregard, and, you know, I was extremely impressed with especially this junior class that was going to be seniors. And, you know, I just always have known this area and community supported athletics and brought great athletes to the table.
Players, it's your senior season. How are you going to step up and be a leader for this year's team?
We got to be leaders vocally, and we got to lead them by example. We got to show them the right things to do so they grow up next year, they become leaders, and they do what we did. And we just got to keep them right behind us, make sure they follow our lead, and we should lead them.
We got to be leaders on and off the field, get their grades up in class, and just stay focused.
Just like Malik said, we gotta teammates on and off the field. So therefore, if you see your younger brother doing something that he doesn't need to do, you step in as a leader and tell him that that's not right, and that's what we shooting for, is to keep all of the young ones out of trouble.
For the players, what was y'all's maybe first or second impression of your new coach? Like that maybe that first day you met him, or the first week as you're getting to know him. Like, I don't know, is there something he said that really stands out to y'all?
Yeah, he had told us that he had got a ring when he was at Beauregard. That stood out to me real good.
Malik?
I don't know.
Probably gonna say short.
I just realized how educated and how successful he was in his past, and it showed confidence, and it's bringing confidence into our team. So.
Coach, talk about your region a little bit. It looks like maybe some of the teams are, should be maybe a little tighter race this year.
Naturally, you're always looking at the guys that have been successful in the past in this region. Silicaga's one of them. We feel like we do the things right fundamentally. We're going to work to win the region. Opponents, all of them, we're going to respect when they step on that field against us. We're not going to look to one that's possibly, had the better pass. We know Clay Central, Tallyssee's got a good group returning. Hopeful. You're right. It's always competitive. The state champion has come out of this. I don't know, the last 5 years, probably 3 of them, or so. I would say that since 2016, there's been 3 state championships come from this region. So that you're going to battle every Friday night in this region against each other, and you're going to face some good players. But I expect, we'll worry about the first game we play this year, Leeds first, before I get concerned with the region play right now.
Coach, earlier you said that, you saw them last year and your expectations were higher for them than maybe they had for themselves. So this year, what's your expectation for your team?
Always high. To win the region, to have a home game first round of playoffs, to win your first game. There's several steps there. And, you can eliminate 1 or 2 and still make it. And I've told them this, I finished second in this region, won a state championship that year. So, keep your goals, understand what they are. Don't let it, if you don't reach one of them in one of those games, keep churning. I heard Coach from Talladega say anything can happen, get in the playoffs, and it can. That's no joke, but, I expect these guys to be really successful this year. We're going to try to win every game, but we start with the first one.
Coach, last year's motto was "Prove It." What is going to be this year's team motto?
I've thrown together. Don't be afraid. Be a little cocky. Be confident. Understand that I'm going to make you uncomfortable, these guys in practice, but together. That's the whole key. We're going to be family. We're going to fuss with each other. We're going to come together at the end. I think that's probably been more conversation in huddles as a team, that, we've all had families. I fuss with my brothers. It's also a coach as much as anybody, but in the long run, we got each other's back. We love each other. We fix it. And, that's Malik may not have a great game, but Kyron might. Brayson may not have a great, throwing, but we're able to run it. That's sort of picking each other up. So I'd say together. I'm not real catchy on those things, guys, so sorry.
Coach, what are some things that you've noticed since you got to Silicaga that you're excited about? And then things, maybe a couple of things that you see that you and your coaches have to work on or have continued to work on since you got here? Maybe some things that needed to be improved.
You go just to being in the community and the attention that athletics gets, and I mean all of them, I think that's exciting. Then you go to our facilities, and those are top notch. Anytime you got a turf field and all this rain has been here and you go right out there and your feet are dry and there's no ants all over the field, that's exciting. But then when you see the athletes every day, through the summer at 6:30 in the morning. You know, they all kind of, whoa, we work out at 6:30. I remember the first day I told them, but I think they appreciated it. I made them a little uncomfortable. We had to get up early every morning, get there, and, you know, that's what excites me. The guys they believe either in what I'm bringing to the table, because I believe in them.
Maybe some things you feel like right now you need to work on?
Oh, every aspect. I will not ever think shouldn't work on the fundamentals of blocking and tackling and securing the ball and having 11 on the field, all that discipline part of the game, we will work on. You know, each one of them. Malik's got to work on stuff, you know. Brayson's got to work on stuff. Kyron, they're seniors, but you continually got to make those guys understand, you know, don't be satisfied where you are. Continue to work. But, you know, I don't have any just one thing because we're going to continue to work on everything.
Coach, talk about what you want to see from those guys. You got Malik, your Russian lead, got your passing, returning quarterback back. What do you want to see from those guys this year?
You know, like I said, leadership. Give me the ball. You know, be confident. You make a mistake, give it back to them. You know, I think that I'm gonna lean on them a lot. You know, to do the things I expect them to do. So I expect them to make plays. Sometimes we don't block somebody. You know, Malik, you know, use your feet, make them miss, run through some, you know, tacklers. Brayson, pick it up, pick his players up if they drop a ball, you know, or, you know, admit that you made a mistake, but Coach Carter's going to throw it again. I'm not going to be scared to throw on an interception. Believe me, we're coming right back. We have the Brett Favre mentality of, well, if we're going to spin it, we're going to do it a lot. You know, those things, just the confidence. We walk on the field with whoever, that we're the better team because we're fixing to, you know, outwork them on the field. You know, be confident. The people are going to have to beat us. You know, that's the whole key. I don't, you know, you can say cocky, confident, but I was always told I'm just as good as any man by putting, you know, we all put our pants on the same. My father was that way. But you know, it's because we're going to work hard. We're not expect to walk on the field and just win the game. But we know what we've done throughout this summer, throughout practice, that we're going to be prepared to win this game as long as we execute.
Let's talk about having, in years past you played Silicaga, you knew what was coming. They're going to run football. Just talk about having a quarterback that can really make plays with his arm now.
Right. And, you know, it goes to the receivers. We got really good skilled players. In fact, we got two of the fastest in 5A returning because of 100-meter dash. I know that they were in the 100-meter dash at the state track meet with Bill Lauderdale, or Tavares Lauderdale, and Jeremy Odom. Two, you know, I think you graduated some last year, but now we got two that you're going to have to worry about covering. And we're going to throw it. There's no doubt about it. I just really like a balanced offense. You know, throw when you're not expected to throw, and you know, I think in the past, and I'm telling you, I hated defending the run game they had. You know, I don't know that the plan, you know, that was a past coach. I know that I knew that they were going to be extremely physical run game when you played Silicaga. I just know right now I've got the potential to throw the ball, and so we're working on it a lot.
Talk about that guy you got right there beside in the league. 1,500 yards the last 2 years. Just talk about what you want to see from him this year, Coach.
Right, and Malik could tell you, you know, he works probably I have to get on to him about going to the gym extra after he worked out and doing all that stuff. So he earns it because he works at it. But he'll tell you those offensive linemen are gonna be the reason he's given a lot of space to do what he can do really good. And having I think making defenses respect us vertically, our pass game, is going to give him more opportunities to have more space to be able to run. So, you know, I'm excited about having that threat in the backfield, though. And then I'll tell you what, and beside him, I'll talk about him, Kyron Hughes, drive me crazy, but he can run between the tackles pretty good. I think he did a good job in the spring game as he learns to run behind his pads. He's a pretty big force. So it gives us, and we got other kids too. And I just hate to name names because, you know, I'll tell you how good our ninth graders coming up are going to be. You know, that they've really, I'm impressed throughout. But Malik Pope's going to do what he's supposed to do, but he's going to give no doubt, the offensive lineman a lot of his credit. So.
Talk about that line, though. I mean, it
That-
has been a strength. Just talk about it now.
Right. That's probably a little youth in our area. Coach Steers is probably one of the best line coaches, I think, around. He will do a great job. That's been a focus for his. We've got talent there. That's probably some areas we just got to work through to get, better. That's probably the toughest position to play. Defense is stunting, slanting, moving everywhere they're never set where you think they're going to be, and they got to be able to communicate it. That's always, a game changer when you get those guys able to communicate, get on the right person, and just give our running backs just a little bit of time, to make plays.
For the players, I mean, Malik, you've been in Silicaca forever and a day. It's always about getting over that hump. Just talk about trying to accomplish that this season.
Me?
Malik or any other players.
What hump you talking about?
We
Playoffs?
don't look at no hump.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, we're gonna get over that hump this year, for sure. We working hard enough to get over it, make it past the first round. And yeah.
Does the success you had in basketball kind of feed over into football and just trying to make it a deep run?
Yes, sir. Pretty much. Basketball, we go pretty far to the playoffs. I think it's gonna feed over with Brayson quarterback and Kyron back there in the backfield with me, and that our line gonna do pretty good to help, and defense to go to the past first round.
Other players, I mean, how do you feel about it?
It starts at the beginning of the season. We got to win our games, carry on throughout the season so we can get that home game for the first round. And we're going to have all of our crowds out there watching, families, and we're going to put on a show, and we're going to try to win that first round and keep going on farther than the past years.
I feel like it's all about buying in. We need everybody to figure out what they want now, and we doing that right now in practice. I can see the way the guys playing. You got excellent defensive players, Jaquan, Malik, me, myself, Luke, Thompson. I feel like we're going to go pretty far this year in the playoffs. We just got to keep our minds right. And
Coach had given you a lot to work for.
Well,
Sounds like, and I know that's what you want out of them, and they've got to believe in that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to win it. I don't know who. Like I said, I think when I interviewed the first time, I don't know any coach that goes, I want to be number 2, or number 4, number 5, number 6, whatever. We all want to win it. I think I've got a team that, you got to have breaks. You got to make sure you stay healthy. You got a lot of those things. But I told the guys the other day, the first day of our little, I guess you'd say, introduction to camp, before we cross that track, I said, guys, I'm going to coach you as hard as I can to win a state championship. Now, whether you look at me funny or you don't believe it, I'm still going to coach you and give you the best effort I got. I said, that's where, my number one commitment to these kids. And the whole team, that's number 1, okay? Then number 2 definitely goes toward the families and the community, would be a number 3. I'm doing the best I can for Silicaca, but number 1, these guys are going to get coached hard. They're going to be expected to do a lot of things. I'm going to make them uncomfortable during practice time. So, maybe it's not such a shocker. We can get through the test of a game changes and that adversity you face.
What about numbers, Coach, as far as the team is concerned?
I think we're at 64 players. Good number. I think the senior class is a little small. I think we said 14 players. But, I like the numbers. If it's 11, we're going to give it all we got. But, good numbers and great participation throughout this summer. So.
What about you said you mentioned your 9th graders coming up. Are you looking at some of them to maybe step up? In 5A football, it's kind of hard to do, putting a 9th grader. I know Malik's a little different situation when he came along as a 9th grader and really helped the varsity, but Is that something maybe you're looking at as far as maybe some of your ninth graders?
Well, always, you know, you think you got some kids. Of course, maturity and being the experience of being on a 5A football team is a little different. Not really. I mean, I think our numbers in the upper class are going to be able to, you know, not have to go into that group and really ask a lot of them on Friday night. Now, I hope they grow and can help us, whether it be special teams or those things. That's a really good group. And, you know, I've been impressed. And let me tell you, I think the biggest part of having success is having really good, I guess you'd say, scout teams and giving us a look. That's big, because you go out there and you don't have many players, and guys don't test you the best they can. And I see this group, they're not afraid of these older guys. You know, they're going to give them the best they got and help them, you know, be ready on Friday nights.
Coach, you've been in the profession for a while. Can you talk a little bit about, and this really doesn't apply to your team as much as I know, but we've had it around the area quite a bit in the last couple of years. Is it too easy for kids to transfer, and does that make it harder for you to coach them as hard as you'd like to?
Listen, I want, you know, the transfer part, you know, needs to be based on a move pretty much, not due to, you know, I think the lack of really playing number one is for your community and yourself for memories. We've gotten a little out of thinking scholarships are the number one thing. You know, and it starts with, you know, I could go in forever and tell you about where I think the community that you move into and you play for is what you do. You know, that's the way it was. It was so strong at that time. The move-ins due to jobs or family jobs or those things, I, you know, understand. Moving just to play football and think you got an opportunity to play college football or to play any other athletics is, I'm not in favor of. But you know, we'll accept anybody who wants to come play for Silicaca High School and move into our community. I promise you that. I'm gonna coach every one of them as hard as I can.
Kind of as a follow-up to that, Coach, from a coaching perspective and from the kids kind of looking to get support from the school and the coaches, do you feel more pressure to do any of the social media stuff that's being done to promote your kids?
I don't know if it promotes the kids too much, honestly. The social media creates a lot of selfishness, a lot of individualism, and less team. I'll tell you that. When one guy's located on everything or dancing around him with a bunch of lights, you know, I want to see highlights from Friday night on there, you know, where they actually play the game. You know, I don't want to show a lot of film of one guy running around cones. I haven't seen a cone on the football field except in the very corners of the end zones. I'm not a guy that just believes in promoting one kid until I get actual game footage. You know, now I'm gonna promote you. Well, you've been part of that team. They can see the efforts on the actual situation on the field. You know, I believe 100% in that. But all this glitz and glamour and, you know, I'm still a little old school in that part. And if you got to have kids that got to have that to play, then, you know, I think we're going the wrong way.
And for the players, what is it going to mean just to have all, I'm guessing you're going to have 100% capacity for games. What is it going to mean just to have all your fans back in the stadium for you, especially in home games?
It's going to be great. It's going to show a new level to our players. We had a lack of crowd last year, and we still put on a show. So once we get the full capacity, it's going to bring a lot more confidence and to our players. It should help us out a lot.
Well, like he said, it's going to bring a lot more confidence, and it's going to be great to have the full stands.
Full capacity is going to be very electric. You got Malik running for 80, 90 yards. That's what we need. We need the fans. The fans will going to make us go harder.
And we have stress. Do it for your community. Make Silicaca proud. We want them to come out because we feel that pride from that crowd. There's no doubt.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with the Sylacauga High School Aggies. We want to wish Coach Carter and his team best luck this season. Next up, we will have Childersburg High School.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Everybody ready? I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have Coach Johnny Johnson and the Childersburg Tigers. They're represented today by Skylar Rice and Elijah Sims. The Tigers compete in Class 3A Region 4 and will open their season at home on August the 26th against B.B. Comer.
So just to talk about the summer you guys had and the guys that you brought with you today.
Right now, I'm going to start with these two guys here. Elijah Sim, been with me for a while when I was assistant too, and Skylar Rice. Two guys you can't ask for to be part of your football team, two leaders. You count on these guys, do everything you need right. They're from the classroom, football field. These guys I can count on. We just talking now. He texted me last night at 11 o'clock asking questions about something. But these two guys is you want more on your program to have to be successful. For us this summer, it had a better summer than last summer, with everything was going on. But we got to do some things that we didn't get a chance to do as a team in the weight room, on the field. But it's a process for us, just trying to get better, improve. These two guys right here, this is who I got to count on to do things on both sides of the ball. And we need everything they can do to help us out.
Johnny, you guys have kind of been stuck on that 3-7 deal like the last couple of years or so. Does that resonate at all? It's like 3-7, 3-7, 3-7. And how do you get off of that? And maybe is it just a victim of the way the schedules go? What do you think about that?
Well, that's what we talked about. I think in the practice, all the coaches are talking about, we need to get over that 3-7 hump. But, we're in a tough region. Ain't nothing easy what we in right now. But we want to do our best. The kids understand what we got to do to try to get over that 3-7. We had the moment we thought we were going to get over that hump. So, but, we're just going to keep working. Like I say, it's a process, the weight room, and learning some things as coaches that we know we need to do to help the kids be successful. But right now, we in that tough schedule, in that tough region. We got to come every Friday night and play great football. We can't make mistakes. We got to be fundamental sound on both sides of the ball. And we got to just get that break. You got to have that break, and that's what we need.
Well, the players kind of talk about that a little bit. What the coach said, you've been talking about what it takes to, get over that. In your mind, what are the things you have to do to break that mold?
Well, we just need, it takes all of our players. We got to put in the work, not just the work required by your coaches, but also the extra work. That's what it takes to. If you want to be a winning team, you can't do the same thing as everybody else. You got to work harder to be the best, because do it better, more than what everybody else is doing.
Like Elijah said, you just got to put in the work. And the days we're off, you still need to be there. We work on the weekends sometimes, and just put in extra work outside of office hours.
And lastly, on that point to the players, when I know you're working hard, obviously all year long. You want the record to be better than it. But at the end of the year, when you see it's been like 3-7, 3-7, you look at it and says, "Gosh, it's like that again. What we got to get off of this thing." What do you think in that kind of train that you're on the last couple of years with the players? Because you guys have lived, obviously, play to play and all of that.
I mean, every year, when you getting the same results, you got to change something. So we're trying something new. You got to work harder every year, and we've been trying new things within our game plans every year, and we got to get all the players to come together and play together as a team.
Yeah, like Elijah said, everybody has to buy into it, want to do what Coach wants us to do. But the people that don't want to be there, we just got to get them out of there.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, but just having everybody there working out with us and working through the program.
What would it mean to finally get through that? Just even to be 4-6 as opposed to 3-7.
It just show improvement. I mean, that's all we're looking for is improvement.
Yeah, anything's better than what we've been at. If you can do better, that's progress. That means something's working. Keep going. Keep getting better.
Thanks.
You have a new line coach this year. Talk about him and how he's been with the players thus far.
That's what we've been needing since I've been there. I got a great O-line. Coach Winston coming in. He came in spring for us. Now he's full-time with us. He is bringing that attitude, that grind for us on both sides of the ball. He pushing the kids, bringing more techniques, what we need. Again, we talk about it all the time, the group we got coming in, another young group, but we got to put them in the fire. We going in, hey, we ain't talking about you young no more. You got to go play. We got to have you play on Friday night. And what we doing and what he doing coaching, it means so much what improve what we need to do up front on both sides of the ball, because that's our weak spot. We've been there up front on both sides of the ball, but just having him there, having a guy that know D-line, guy that know O-line, it means a lot to us for the program.
Coach, got a couple of questions. First of all, you're your second year as head coach. Last year was kind of a weird year for everybody. I know a lot of first-year coaches, everybody's got their back up against the wall, but especially first-year coaches. And during the summer, you weren't able to have a spring. It was hard to have anything to do in the summer. But how things have been different this summer than last summer? Because I know you got to host the FCA 7-on-7, which I know was a big deal for you guys. You got a lot of guys come in. Second part of the question is about numbers for your team and where you stand with that.
I think I did last night. We're going to be about 46. Right now, we go in a year with 5 seniors, and playing 3A ball, 5 seniors with a lot of young kids that, 9th grade, 10th grade. Still got some kids that never played football before. But having a summer means so much to us. We fix the schedule with things. We start at 7 to 9:30. We do some things in that period to help us on the field, in the weight room. We get a lot of work done from 7 to 9:30. We got the kids that get in there working with all of them, got the opportunity to be on the field, to do drills, how we want to do things, what we couldn't do last year. So it's a plus that we get to do things, that we get to imply things that we didn't do last year, some things we wanted to do, we couldn't do. Then we learned from last year what we can do, what we can't do with this group. So that was a plus right there, just knowing the scheme we want to do, know the kids that came back that we can change, the defense, offense to fit the personnel we got. So just having this summer, the kids coming up, just being around the kid, the coaches know what they had to improve on. We have a lot of coaching meeting personnel meeting that what we can do, coaches what they can do. We made a little change with some coaches that fit them, what they can help on the field and help the kids.
You have a lot of long road games this year. How are you going to keep your team focused for those trips?
I hope that when we get off, we're ready to play, because that road trip is some long trips right there. So, yes. If you compete and you like to compete, it don't make no difference of the road trip. You're gonna get off the bus. You gotta get ready to play. It'll take a second or two to get yourself going. But at the end of the day, it's all about getting off that bus. You're at home, away, be ready to play football.
Coach Johnson, I was just curious. Last year, just to go back to that with all the strangeness, the protocols, the mask, we gotta be distant as much as we can. Was there an aspect of that that was the most difficult, that I guess you're maybe the most relieved about not having to worry about as much this year?
All of it, we still take the protocol right now too, but yes, it ain't more of checking that temperature all the time and make sure we got these water bottles here. But so it's kind of relief that we got normalcy. We can go do some things and get the kids moving. Tell them, hey, coach, I need you to go do this. I need you to do this. Make sure the kids doing this part right here. But so just being back kind of normal a little bit. But we still got to take the precaution of that everything in the locker room and what we do. So we still can have a successful year and play football.
What are some of those, since y'all are still doing some, what are some of the bigger things that y'all are still doing just to make sure y'all don't have to deal with?
Well, when we work out, when everybody out and clean, I go spray, make sure we spray in everything in the locker room. I do the same thing, make sure everything is clean, just clean everything, end of the day.
Coach, you lost a lot last year. You lost your quarterback, lost your running back, lost your leading receiver. Let's talk about the guys you have coming in replacing those guys.
I think Chris Swain, Sherrod Robertson, Seth Garrett, Elijah Sim. You got Skylar Wright up front, Caleb Swain. We still got some guys can play. We still got some good skill guys that it's going to take a game to get going. The speed of the game. That's why that spring game helps us out a little bit. We see what we have to do, but we got some guys can fill in. For Chris Swain, we had the 7-on-7, the FCA 7-on-7. Hey, first time playing quarterback. We went 4-1 with him. I know it's 7-on-7, but we went 4-1. He did a good job. I think this year, right now, defense is ahead of the offense right now. But we got some guys can play. You know, we just got to put them in the right position and, you know, have so they can be successful.
How big is that? You know, like you said, a new quarterback, but had a lot of success in 7-on-7s. How big is that just to get some confidence for him and the rest of the guys?
For him, it's big because he's a quiet kid. You know, he don't say much. You know, and you see him just jumping around, and he, you know, the quarterback got to be that leader. You know, you're just trying to mold him a little bit so he can be that leader, and that give everybody else confidence that hey, we got a quarterback that can play, can do some things. Even though we don't have a quarterback from last year, that he can do some things for us.
I guess for the players, what you know, as with Chris, what have y'all seen from him? You know, Coach just said he's quiet, but I don't know. What have y'all seen from him, and as y'all watched him work this offseason, how have you seen him approach that?
Chris has definitely made some major steps in his game. You know, he is a quiet kid, but I've noticed just from watching him play from last year to this summer coming in, he's increased a lot in all his attributes. And for his first time playing quarterback, like Coach said, he did a great job for his first time ever being back there. You know, it's pretty exceptional for what I could tell.
Yeah, Chris, no matter what you ask him to do, he's always willing to do it. You ask him to play any position, sure, Coach, I'll do it. So I feel like quarterback could be good this year. Did pretty good in 7-on-7, so we'll have to see how it goes the rest of the year.
Coach, first game against Homer. Talk about that small town rivalry.
You know, just starting back last year, it's a rivalry game. You know, like I say, you know, I coached with Coach Foster with his OC. You know, he called me. We call all the time. He called me all the time. So just playing him and all kids know each other is big for both communities right there. You know, especially on a Thursday night. You know, most time we on the team playing that Thursday night. You know, last year we didn't have a great success against them, but you know they're going to come in with a very good football team. So yes, Thursday night, we at home. Knowing him, knowing his coaching staff, knowing my coaching staff, they know the kids. It's a big rivalry game for us. It started the season off for us. It's good to be home. I hope to get the community to come out and support the kids, and good for the program. Good for both programs to have success playing each other.
Coach, you talked about the 3-7 hump earlier in the thing here, but can you talk a little bit about, from a coach's perspective, what you look at during the week and after games and stuff that will tell you this is where we're making progress, and you know how are we going to get past this?
Well, you know, you're going in, you know, you always practice the game, you see what we can improve every week on. You know, we try to do some things that try new things, you know, but we're going to get away from what I believe in to get over that hump. You know, we're just going to go in and we're going to maybe short some things up and make some stuff simple so the kids can understand, so when they can play fast and they can go out and do some things. But, you know, just go to work every day, put a good game plan in. You know, you always got to tweak to what you can do every week or who you play. But, you know, we just right now, as a coaching staff, we're just trying to find a way to get over that hump, you know, get the kids to, you know, my goal this year, you know, what we plan the schedule I'm looking at, hey, we shoot for that 5-5 or that 6-4 and getting that playoff. Now, hey, difficult, yes, but you got to just go ahead and kids can understand what we got to do to get there. You know, you got to show up every day. You got to work hard at practice. You just can't just show up and play games. You got to come to practice every day. You got to work. You know, you got to be focused on what we want to do. So you know when Friday night comes that you get yourself a chance to win on Friday night.
Well, we just punched your schedule up here on the screen, and is there any particular region game that you guys maybe have circled that's like, this is really important for us to make that next step to get over that 3-7 and maybe grab a playoff spot?
Oh, yeah, we already marked some things on the schedule that we know we got to have. You know, we going in there, you know, as a coaching staff, and hey, and we're going to really get at the kids. We got to have this game. You know, when you look at that schedule right there, ain't nothing easy on that schedule. You know, it's tough every week. You know, ain't no off days every week. You know, you got to bring your A game every week. And you got to come there ready to play. I mean, like I say, you can't make mistakes. You hope they make mistakes, but we can't afford to make mistakes. You know, we can't have bad snaps. We got to tackle good. We can't have turnovers.
You wanted to say what them circled ones are?
No, sir.
Coach, with this being your second year, you know, I know last year was strange, but anything that you learned about yourself, that you maybe changes that you learned from last year that you're like, I can do this better, I can do this differently as a coach?
Well, yes, I had to get more. This year, my goal was get more of an X and O. Last year, seemed like I was more of a manager type guy last year. Now this year, I'm going to be more of the X and O, more in the game plan and what we're doing. More inputs on what we're doing. And last year was with everything going, there was so much going on. But this year, I think we more as coaches, my coaches, that we know what we want to do. Last year, I came in with a new OC, new defense coordinator. So now we're at that point. We know what we want to do. We got that down packed. So yeah, it was too much last year. But now we're at that point of, yes, this is what I want. This is how we're going to do it. And we're going to make it work.
What's the biggest thing you want to clean up from last year, Coach?
Turnovers, penalty. That's our biggest thing last year was penalty and turnovers. Most of penalty, we had some moment we win the ball game and we made some run, but then you kill yourself with penalty. So we're going to stress them penalty right there. We got to come out playing better on both sides of the ball. I know at times we played great defense, but the offense is the key this year. We got to be able to move the ball. We got to be able to go score. And we got to be able to put our defense in a better position to do things, get them off the field.
Did I hear you earlier say that you thought maybe the defense was ahead? I can't remember.
I think defense. I think defense always be ahead of the game. Defense is ahead. Offense. Some things we doing is it's a process of learning what we got to do up front. And then with Chris back there, so we get him comfortable with things what he can do. So we got to simplify some things so he can do some better, get him successful back there at quarterback.
For the players, I know y'all have team goals. We want to get this number wins. We want to aim for the playoff, stuff like that. Do y'all have individual goals, whether that's a certain a number or just a specific area of your individual game that you hope to improve on this year?
I would like, me as a defensive player, I like to, I never want to have any missed tackles in a game. If I get my hands on him, that player has to come to the ground. That's always been a goal for me. And I'm shooting for 8 to 10 tackles a game is usually what I go for.
On offensive side, snaps have to be good. Try to perfect every snap I have. Can't be over his head, can't be in the ground because it's not right to him. Just plays all messed up. On the defensive side, just get through the gap, find the ball. So.
Well, guys, just talk about stepping up as leaders. They're going to look at you to lead the way. Let's talk about that.
This year, last year we played where we had to. We played our roles, but this year we really got to step up when there's plays that need to be made. We have to make those plays. If there's a big running back that's coming down there and nobody really wants to get in the way, you got to show him that he can't come to the ground. You got to show everybody there is a way that we can win this game.
Yeah, being a leader this year, you just have to step up, show everybody that anything can be possible. You have to get everybody there, get them working with you. But if everybody's not working, then it's not going to work at all. So.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with the Childersburg High School Tigers and head coach Johnny Johnson. Good luck to you guys this season. Next up, we'll have the Winterboro High School Bulldogs and head coach Skylar Mansfield.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Up next, we have the Winterboro High School Bulldogs and second-year head coach Skylar Mansfield. Representing the Bulldogs today, we have Jake Travis, Dawson Mosley, and Jahazlin James. I got that right, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. The Bulldogs are coming off a region championship. They compete in Class 1A Region 5 and will open their season at Vincent on August the 19th.
Coach, just talk about the summer and the guys this far with you today.
Really excited for the things that transpired this summer. Kids really showed up and showed out. They worked pretty hard, and with the numbers that we had to show up, there's no incentive to showing up all summer long, and these kids showed up and did what was asked of them. I'm really, really proud of the progress that we made, and I really, really look forward to these guys showing their work on the field and having the opportunity to be successful this season.
Year one had one of the best years in school history. Year two, talk about what you got going on, Coach.
Well, year one is coming in and just being a guy that wants to win games and get started in a program and try to have success early. It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. We were able to win some games, and now we got to learn how to keep that momentum going because we know a lot of the teams that we won against last year are championship caliber programs, and they want to get back to being the champs, and we gotta stay focused and not get complacent with the results of last year. We got to continue to work hard and continue to look at what we want to accomplish at the end of the season. So I'm very thankful that we had a great season, but at the same time, complacency can knock you down, and you had to go back to the drawing board. But year one, just trying to win games. Year two, having a little bit of time to build a program and get it in the right direction is very, very important to me because I'm in it for the long haul and not the short haul. So building a program instead of winning games are really important at this moment.
I mean, do you feel like it's something to prove, or is it a target going on your back going into this year since the success you had last year?
Well, like I said, some of the programs that we defeated this year are championship caliber programs, and I still kind of think that we're going after them just to prove that we belong to be mentioned with those programs as well. So as far as us having a target, I don't think we have a target on our back. We're going to do what we do and work on us, and just try to put our product on the field and let people see what these kids are doing to have success.
You talked about Brody a lot last year. He was the alpha. He was the leader. I mean, has somebody stepped up this year to fill that role as leadership-wise?
Well, the guys we have now is they're leaders by example. Losing Brody is huge. 126 tackles last year, over 1,000 yards of offense. Also our kicker, and pretty much our alpha. These guys lead by example. They have the same work ethic as Brody. But what I'm trying to get them to realize is their potential in the locker room and being able to sway the entire team. These guys will be able to feel that a lot. Also, not only are we missing Brody, but we're missing an entire offensive line. So these guys are the guys that's going to have to carry the ball. So moving Dawson to tight end, he'll get the ball a good bit. So these guys are going to have to really motivate those offensive linemen that we lost to block for them so they can have success. So, yeah, losing Brody is hard, but we also got guys coming up that's going to be pretty successful as well.
Talk about the development of that offensive line. What have you seen from them?
Well, they are big guys. A lot of them are entering ninth grade. We have some that we have one senior, starting right guard, Devin Jones, and Kyler Griffin, who will be playing the tackle. But the rest of those guys will be ninth graders. They are a smart group. They showed up to every workout. They've been working as hard as anybody. And what our coaches do for them after practice, as far as making them condition a little extra, is really going to help those guys. Those guys are motivated. They're eager to learn, and they want to be successful on the field. Also, those guys are great students in the classroom. So, at some point in their development, they're gonna find out that when they really put their minds together and they work together and they develop themselves in the weight room and in the off season, that they're going to be successful.
For the players, I was there for y'all's last game last year. I remember seeing, I think all of y'all or most of y'all. Just what, I don't know, have y'all thought about that game this off season? And if so, I don't know, what has that meant to y'all looking back on it?
Looking back on it, I think that the second half of that game we didn't have the same fire and the same spark of energy we had in the first half. I think we got complacent with how we was playing and the lead we was trying to get at, and just we didn't have the right mindset coming in the second half. We didn't have the right winning mindset to come out there and get the job done. And as you can see, it resulted in what we all knew it was going to happen by the end of the third quarter, start of the fourth. Score represented what our mindset was coming into the game.
Like Jay said, we just got comfortable with the first half, and we thought we had them going into it. We thought we was the better team, and we got comfortable with it and didn't translate it to the second half, and didn't work out.
I took the game from when we lost into the summer and took it as motivation, as to come back and be better and strike harder.
Coach Mansfield, kind of piggybacking off of looking at your players that you did lose last year, you did lose some very good long-term players for your team. What does it look like this year as far as numbers are concerned, and how many you think you're going to have when you line up during your first game?
I think we'll have around 40 by the time the season starts. You know, we're still growing in numbers. We're really going through the hallways trying to motivate kids to come out and play. I had a couple of kids that didn't come out in the spring, as well as decided that they didn't want to be a part of the program, and now, you know, just staying in touch with them and their parents, and allowing those kids to come out, but they know they have some extra things to do for the things that they missed. So we'll be around 40 players coming into the fall.
Did you have any last year, Coach, that didn't play because of COVID? And if they didn't play because of COVID, did they come back this year, or how's that working?
Well, I don't think we had any that didn't come out due to COVID. I can say one thing about the Winterboro community. They really love the sports, and the parents really trust what's going on in the athletics. And that is a shout out to our principal as well as our assistant principal, as far as giving us the resources to make sure that these parents feel comfortable being around the athletic program.
Scott, you talked about in year one, you wanted to win games, you had some success early. As you look back on it, was the level of success that you enjoyed surprising you for the first year you're coming and trying to establish stuff, and then you go like 9-2? Or did you expect to be 9-2 or better when you got this thing?
Well, I did my homework coming into it, and looked at the players coming back, and also looked at the players that were lost in the program. The expectations have always been high, and these kids know they're going to be prepared going into a game. Whether it's we're looking at the huddle, making sure that they're logging as many minutes as the coaches, and just asking a lot of questions. Coming into last year, our main thing was conditioning. I knew we had good talent, and we had players. We had real athletic players and things like that. But to me, the conditioning and the special teams make a huge difference. They know that the way we prepare, we're going to prepare for special teams every practice. So, we didn't overlook anything. We did everything necessary to play 4 quarters and have some success. So it was not really a surprise, and I think these guys accepted me as their head coach, and they did everything I asked of them.
Coach, have you noticed a different, just talking to members of the community, I don't know, do you feel like last season there's a little, not that there wasn't excitement before, but maybe there's more excitement because of how well the team did last year?
Well, like I said, the community really loved the athletics in Winterboro. So, the expectations are the same. Everybody expects to be successful, whoever is running the program. It don't matter if it's basketball, track, baseball, softball. Whoever's at the helm of that sport, everybody expects to have success. So it's still exciting. Everybody's still looking forward to some of the mandates being lifted so they can come and watch the product that we're putting on the field. So we're really looking forward to giving our community something to be proud of.
Well, just talk about offense. I mean, you guys averaged 20 points a game last year, and I know at times it seemed like you guys didn't fulfill your potential. What do you want to see from the offense this year, and what does Dawson add to it?
Well, just more execution, being able to execute plays, being able to practice more efficient, being able to understand our offense and what we're trying to do. And I really stressed to our offensive coordinator this year that we need to find ways to get the players the ball. You know, I understand that people have concepts and finding people playbook and want to run certain plays, but at the end of the day, we have to find a way to get our players the ball. You know, Dawson going to tight end is really going to help us because he's familiar, has been an offensive lineman, which he can help zone block and some of the things inside the box, as well as be able to be a force on the perimeter as far as running routes. You know, the good thing about Dawson playing tight end is, you know, he and Jake are good friends. So, when Dawson throws his hand up, Jake know, hey, it's time to go to the tight end. And also, we got blitzed a lot. By other teams, whether they were putting 8-9 men in the box and playing us man to man. So Dawson is going to give us an edge of being able to release a tight end on some slam routes and being able to be a matchup problem for a linebacker. So really, really excited. As far as our offense, we really look forward to getting Jahazlin the ball between 20 and 25 times a game, and Jake running the ball a little bit more. We also have Troy and Chance on the outside, and Troy can go in the backfield, and Chance can go to quarterback. Even Jahazlin can go to quarterback. You know, we just want to focus this year on our players and making sure that we get those guys the ball so we can have success. 20 points a game was an underachieving year for the caliber of players we had. So we're really looking forward to kind of maximizing everything, all the potential that we have on offense.
I mean, Jake, just talk about, going into the season, being the quarterback and trying to get things better on the offensive side.
Getting better on the offensive side of things. I want us as a group to perform better under pressure. I feel like last year when we got in moments of crunch time and when things really mattered and it was game-deciding decisions, I think me a lot and us as a offensive group, we didn't perform like we should have. I know Mansfield and them, they coached us and made us practice for moments like that, and I feel we can improve on that. And like Mansfield said, adding Dawson as tight end, big moment for me because he's a big target and he's a big kid. And like he said about having Jazz in the backfield, he's been at work, he's been working, he's got strength, speed increased, and same for me, my strength and speed's increased. I'm just excited to see where the offense can go.
Does it make it easier just to have so many weapons? You got Chance, you got Troy, you got these two. Does it make it do you think it's gonna make your job a little bit easier this year?
I wouldn't say easier, but it helps me. It helps me a little bit better because just knowing that my receiving core, my running back core, they're putting in the work and they're getting better, and it's just exciting to see it, and just gonna see what happens this season.
Talk about being the man in the backfield, man.
Just work hard. You gotta work hard and train. You gotta be untouchable. You gotta be hard to stop. That's what I train for.
Is it something that you want to improve upon from last year?
Let me say this about Jahazlin. Going into spring ball and summer workouts, he has really dedicated himself to developing his body's physique as well as his conditioning. So he's had a really, really great summer, and I think he's really how much weight you dropped?
About 20.
He dropped about 20 pounds. So, we really, when I say 20 to 25 times, I really mean giving him the ball about 20, 25 times. So.
Can you tell the difference in the weight loss?
Yes, sir.
What way?
I got more explosive and it's faster. And I can go longer. My endurance I got longer.
For all the players, a couple minutes ago, your coach mentioned he how fans were looking forward to mandates being lifted, being able to have bigger crowds this year. I know from being at several y'all's home games that impacted some of your numbers and some of your games. I know y'all moved your home playoff game to a bigger site, so y'all could, have more fans come out and support you. I mean, how big is it for all of y'all just to be able to have larger, maybe full capacity crowds this season?
Oh man, it's huge. I don't think people understand the amount of momentum and adrenaline you get from full capacity fans and sold out crowds. And last year, I mean, we still had a lot of fans last year and a big crowd last year, but I'm telling you, this year they're going to show out, and I know they will. It's going to make a big impact on us.
Just the atmosphere with the fans all there, it makes you want to play better. It makes you want to play for them. Having a limited amount last year, I wouldn't say it was hard because we still had one goal and that was the win. But just this year having the fans, hopefully it'll just, make us want to play harder, play more for them, and see what we can do.
It gets you more hype to me, and you just feel more comfortable instead of having a limit.
See, from my end of that, my perspective on that is just give people more opportunity to yell at you. But we're grateful. We're grateful that a lot of the mandates been lifted, and we'll be able to let our community see what we're putting on the field.
Coach, you said the mandate's been lifted, but I mean, he's still around. Coach is still here. We're having a search right now. How do you keep your players safe, even with the protocol, the mandates being lifted a little bit?
I can tell you this: when they go in the weight room, it smells like Clorox and disinfect. Yeah. And they always complain about it, but we're still going through all the protocol necessary. We're not grouping up. We're cleaning every day. We're doing laundry every day. We're still treating it as a situation that we're still under strict mandate, and we just can't be too careful and relax a little bit, especially with the new strands of this stuff that's going around.
I mean, what did you learn from it? I know you had coaches had it last year. They got people to step up and help out. I mean, what do you take away from last year that's going to help them this year?
That we have leaders, that we have kids that want to play football. We have a community that want to play football, and no individual makes this program. This is, I said it when I took the job, this is the community's team. I'm here for the community. I'm here for these kids and to do everything that's necessary for these kids to have success. And like you said, last year we had just about every coach out dealing with some form of this virus, and we were able to still have some success in a region game. So the kids want to play. The coaches enjoy being there, as well as the administrators.
You talked about the community. I mean, the community made an impact on TJ Green. He came back and spoke to you guys. For the players, how did that impact you? Is it something you took away from that?
I just think him coming back shows that it has a long-lasting impact on a player that leaves the community from here. And honestly, it just means a lot to me personally, and I know it means a lot to the team as well, that people like that come back and give back and provide opportunities and stuff like that for the younger generation and for us as well.
I just find it great how he doesn't forget where he came from, and he comes back and gives back to us and wants to teach us and shows that we can do something for them that used to go here, and we can make it better for them.
Give us motivation that we can go harder and should have a good outcome this year.
I think the number one thing with TJ coming to speak to these kids was him being able to validate that they can be in the 1% of a kid that makes it to the league. Just him pulling kids aside and having one-on-one conversations about their development and some things that they need to be doing, and how they need to carry every day in their mind that somebody is trying to take their spot. So I think that was really, really good for our kids, because mentally I think kids need to hear that right now, because of what's going on. A lot of kids didn't get signed this year because of what's going on, but him putting words in their head really inspired them guys to work a little bit harder and to be on time every day.
Talk about the All-State guys. You got Troy and Chance coming back this year. Just talk about what you want to see from them.
Well, number one is we want to find a way to get them the ball. As you know, both of those guys made the All-State team on defense, and we're looking to Troy made it as a defensive lineman. Troy's 160 pounds, but his speed is phenomenal. So in order to try to help him get recruited, we've kind of moved him around a little bit from a strong safety standpoint and a free safety standpoint. Just let him roam and use his ability. We expect both of those guys to continue their success. I think Troy had 12 sacks this year, and Chance had 8 interceptions. Just looking at those numbers, we have to build on what those guys are good at. I think we had about 22 to 25 interceptions last year as a defense. With Troy providing the pressure and making the quarterback get rid of the ball, I think it was really, really good for our secondary to be able to jump on some balls and be able to locate it quickly. So if those guys continue their progress, they should be able to do a little better, as well as these guys also being a part of our defense. I don't think Jahalin is going to play any defense, but Dawson and Jake are also going to be a part of our defense.
Okay. Coach, you got any new coaches coming in this year?
At the moment, no. I really look forward to working with the guys that we currently have. May have a couple of guys in the community that get certified to be coaches. Because I'm a big community guy. I really believe in getting the elders in the community to be around these kids, as well as teach them some kind of life development. So the more adults we can put around these kids and keep them on the right track, I think they'll be able to have success beyond the field.
If there are no further questions for Coach Skylar Mansfield and the Winterboro High School Bulldogs, that will wrap up this session of the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Good luck this season, Coach and players.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers head coach Chris Mahan.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the food you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Super Speedway. Next up, we have Coach Chris Mahan and the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers. Coach Mahan is entering a total of his 11th year as a head coach at Talladega County Central High School on 2 different stints. Today, he brought with him Jovi Cole and Javari McKenzie. The Fighting Tigers opened the season on August the 26th at home against Autaugaville.
Well, Coach, this is Media Day number what for you? It's a lot.
I lost track.
Yeah. Talk about Media Day and what it means to you and the kids that you bring with you.
Well, it gives me an opportunity to expose what I think the season will be looking like this upcoming season. I enjoy Media Day. I give the kids the opportunity to give their impressions of what's going on with this school year and season coming up. Usually the guys I bring with me are older, seniors, but this year we're going to be extremely young, and I reward guys that show dedication through the summer. And these two guys here have very rarely missed a day this summer as far as working out, so I decided to bring them. I tell my kids all the time, you don't have to be a senior to be a leader. And you could be in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. You don't have to be a senior. Your actions show your leadership ability. And even though these two young men are in the 9th grade, I think their actions this summer have showed that they're going to be two pretty good leaders for me for a long time to come. So I'm looking forward to coaching them for a while.
This is your 7th meeting day.
Thank you.
They've had 10, and you've been to 7 of them.
All right, thank you.
Fayetteville has been here every one of them. You know, John's been here from the first. So you're probably the second longest tenured guy.
So now I don't feel so old. Thank you.
One thing, would you, and I know it's not a happy thing to talk about, but I know you've there's been struggles on the field to win games.
Absolutely.
How frustrating has that been the last couple of years, Chris? And were you seeing some light to move that forward, at least to win one or two? You know.
Well, it has been a struggle. You know, it's obvious that it's been a struggle, and that's not TC, and that's just not us. So it's been painful to go through this process, but it was a process that need to be taken upon. Like I said before, we knew this was coming with the loss of our Little League for a while, about 5 or 6 years, you know, not having those kids coming up, develop, playing like we would like. They lost interest for a while, but for the last 4 or 5 years, we had the Little League back, and that's where these two young men have come from. So that has helped a lot. The struggles, I think, are about to end here. The kids, I won't say it's a lack of talent that we have right now. It's just the talent right now is young. And the experience factor is always big. I don't care what kind of talent you have when, you know, you can't replace experience. So I think when these young men that I have playing for me now get an opportunity to get the experience of actual game time up under their belt, I feel real confident that TC is going to be a team to be reckoned with in the near future. That's why I just think about it.
And for the players, when you win that first game,
right?
What will that feel like for you guys? I mean, to be honest, and we're talking about, they haven't won on the field in a couple of years. I mean,
right.
COVID winning, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We're not stirring that pot.
Right.
But once you break that losing streak and you guys win for the first time while you're playing, let's say this year, what will that feel like, and how much pride will there be that you two guys, the players, will have, having known that you've gotten them back to winning again?
I don't feel good. The reason why I say that, I would feel like I need to grind more to win more, because we've been on a losing streak lately. Yeah, that's how I would feel.
I feel that when we win our first game, we'll have more confidence than we already have, and then we'll build up from there and be a great team.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, we haven't won the game, like you said, recently. And that's like I said, I can't say it enough, that's painful. These kids are winners. I'm a winner, you know, but like I tell them all the time, you got to learn how to lose first before you know how to win. And like I said before, these kids, these young ones in particular, are putting in the time I think that that's going to be needed for us to put us on the right track. Give us a little more time. Let my young men grow up just a little bit more. This is going to be that year. I think after this year, we're going to be back to OTC. Now, I'm not downplaying this year. I don't want to get these kids thinking, you know, if we win one game, we've done well. If we win 2 games, we've done well. I've said it before, and I say it again. We're going to go to practice, whether it's a reality or not. I want my kids to be on the mindset that regardless if we're going to be out there with just 8th, 9th, and 10th graders. Basically, that's what we're going to have out there. I don't have a senior or junior on my team. So that's the way, unless I pick up one or two when schools start, all my starters are going to be in the 8th, 9th, and 10th grade. So I don't want to go in there with this year with a mentality that if we win one game finally, then we didn't reach something. We haven't done anything. I want them to have a mindset, regardless of you being in the 9th grade like these two young men are, that we still got an opportunity to have a chance to win the state. Now, whether y'all believe it or the community believe it or the media or who else believe it, and the teams we playing believe it, as long as these young men believe it and I believe it, we don't care what nobody else thinks. That's what I want them to have the mentality of, that we're going to be champions regardless of what's going on this year.
Coach, what do numbers look like for heading into this year compared to where you were last year?
Well, numbers are a little bit better. We probably be out there with 18, 19. Like I said, once again, out of that 18 and 19, unless I pick up a junior or senior when school start, we won't have one. So with that many kids getting the opportunity to play, and that's not counting my 7th graders and 8th graders that I'm going to play on my B team as well. So I think the numbers should be around 18 and 19 this year. After this year, I think my numbers going to pick up even more. The classes at TC are getting back to their normal size of what we have in transferring from Stimley roles. So those classes are growing. Once again, with the Little League being back, those kids in the 4th, 5th, 6th grade are having an opportunity to start playing early. One thing that hadn't changed, football hadn't changed. So it's not a sport that you can just go out there in that heat, 90-plus degree heat, almost 100, and say, man, I'm finna have somebody hit on me today. That's just something you just got to grow up wanting to do and wanting to be a part of. So with us having that opportunity for those kids to start playing at a younger age, our numbers have picked up in the lower grades. So our football numbers and sports numbers are picked back up as well.
I think a lot of people, when they hear you say you don't have juniors or seniors, obviously that means, you don't have those guys that have been through it with you the last couple of years.
Right.
Less experience, but is there a bright side that you're not going to lose anybody to graduation the next year or two either?
Well, it's definitely a bright side. Like I said, these young men are going to be around me for a while. They're going to get that experience in. Right now, we're going uphill. And like I tell them all the time, eventually, we're going to stop fighting this uphill thing. We're going to start rolling downhill. It's just going to become second nature to you. We're going to get to a point that the teams we're going to be playing say, man, that guy back again. So we're going to get there. And I just want to keep my boys uplifted and keep their spirits high. I don't want them to get down thinking they don't have the ability to play football, because I'm telling you they do. But the experience factor in it. I don't mix words with my kids, and they'll tell you all the time. They ask me questions. I say, you want me to lie to you or tell you the truth? And they said, tell us the truth, Coach. So like I'm telling you the truth. The experience factor going to be hard because they're young. It's not going to be they don't have the ability to win or the heart to win. They just need to get a little more experience about their belt and realize that they're going to have their day soon. And it's going to be a longer day than most teams have, because we're going to be around competing for a while.
Coach, before I ask my question, I hope you don't mind if I compliment both players on their dress today. They look mighty sharp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been around this area a long time. People talk about going to football games at Howells Cove as long as I can remember. I mean, it's always been a special place.
Yes.
I'm kind of curious as to what the last few years has done to the culture there, especially with the young kids coming up. Do you still hear the stories about all the glory days, and all the young kids still want to play ball, or has things shifted maybe negatively a little bit, or what's the culture right now out in your community?
Well, you're correct on that. Howard Cove is a wonderful place to play. If you ever get an opportunity to come, you got better visit that concession stand.
You ain't lying.
I think we hadn't lost that ability to have a great concession stand. I tell you that. We got the best in the county. Now I put the etiquette to anybody. But a lot of the community has been understanding of what we've been going through. You're going to have your people here or there. your Saturday morning quarterback guys, and they have the opportunity 30 minutes after the play have been ran, say, I would have ran something different. You know, we don't have that luxury. We got to make decisions right then. The main part of me, I've been doing this for 23 years, 18 as a head coach. My skin is thick. You know, I as long as your disagreements or grievances, you leave them on me, that's fine. You know, just don't get them towards my kids. You know, let them be great. Let them have the opportunity to grow. If you have something negative to say, make it about me. It ain't gonna I promise I ain't gonna lose no sleep over it. But I just want my kids, just leave my kids alone, give them opportunity to grow and be the great players they're gonna have to be. So, like I said, for the most part, the community's been supportive. They're hungry for the old TC of past, and I think if they just be a little bit more patient, they're gonna get the team that they used to been seeing in the past. We've ran into a problem where, you know, we have kids, a few here leave for larger schools. You know, I try to talk them out of it along with their parents in the past. But they under the misconception that you have to go to a larger school to be successful. And I try to educate them on that aspect of it, the benefits of the pros and cons to both sides of it, and let them try to make decisions that's going to be best for their child like I would mine. But that misconception that you have to go to a larger school to be successful is just not true. You know, if that was the case, you know, why would the 1A player of the year a couple of years ago come from Linden and be signed with Alabama? You know, the schools don't care where you went to school. They just care if you can play football. You know, if that's the case, why would the most dangerous man in the NFL, Tyreek Hill, be from West Alabama? He went to a junior college, running the 4.2, then went to Oklahoma State, running the 4.2, and lo and behold, even though he went to a Division II school, he still ran that 4.2. So if you can play football, you can play football. It don't matter what school you go to, and that's why I got to get my players and parents to understand, and we got to build upon again that you don't have to leave TC or go to any other school to be successful. You know, we're a family, and we're a small family, and that's the benefit of it. You know, I'm going to take care of my kids. My parents can call me anytime. Kids need rides, I go pick them up. You know, we got community coaches there, dads and uncles helping me coach. You know, we just a community, and that's the benefit of it. You're going to be loved on. You're going to be coached hard and loved on at TC, and that's what we just got to get back to.
Having dads and uncles that played for TC.
Yes.
How does that help with the pride part of what TC used to be and wants to get back to?
Well, it definitely helps a lot. Joey Dad was a starting quarterback for a coach that I get to later on that I'm adding to my staff. Please ask me that question, y'all, so I can address it. Joey Dad played for a coach that I'm adding on my staff that I'm glad to have. Javari's uncle played for that same coach that was a tremendous player on the football and basketball side of it. So with those guys coming along and just giving their advice on how they struggled at sometimes but still turned out to be champions and winners is big. You know, I'm having a couple of younger kids that I coached when we went to the state championship. I have a couple of those players, kids are getting a little bit older that's going to start playing eventually for TC, and those guys definitely know how to win. So it's big to have those guys around with the community that's going to be loyal to TC.
Coach, you kind of opened the door a little.
Who you adding to your staff?
I am adding the great and amazing Sam Young.
All right.
I bet y'all know who he's related to in this room. That's Devontae's dad that coached at TC for a while, a long time. He's retired from Georgia. I know a lot of y'all remember Sam Young from TC. He's finally did his 10 years and retired from Georgia, and he's going to come and volunteer his time. He won't be there every day because he's trying to start a business of his own, but he's been there a lot of the days during the summer, and he said he's going to be there a lot of days during the season. So when you add a guy like that to the staff, a guy that the kids' parents love, like Coach Young, and that's been a winner, it can't do anything but help. I told him, and as long as I've been a coach, I said, you always want people on your staff smarter than you or as smart than you if you're a good head coach. You know, if you're not a good head coach, you want to be the smartest man on the team, then you're in trouble. So with Coach Young being added to the staff with that type of football knowledge and experience to add to anything that we're trying to do, it's not going to be anything for a plus, but a plus. And I'm glad Levante let his dad to come and help us out this year.
What does he add to the program?
Say again?
What does he add to your program?
Well, he's a great motivator. That's one thing that he's done that he said he really wants to do, that he's going to help as much as he can position-wise and knowledge-wise, but he wants to be more of a motivator to the kids. And they're going to need a lot of motivation this year. Not saying what the record going to be or will be or won't be, but it's going to be some trying times this year. And the biggest thing I don't want my young players to do is get down on themselves or their ability. And Coach Young is going to be really good at keeping the kids motivated and letting them know, man, you can be great players. Just keeping your mind that regardless of what's going on or the situation, that you're going to be successful eventually, either in this game or eventually playing this game. And I think he's going to be really good for that. But the knowledge he has of being coaching sports or football for over 30 years, man, you can't put a value on that. You know, situations or formations or that he's seen in the past 30 plus years that say, Coach, when I saw this, we did this and it worked well for us. To have that type of knowledge and skill added to the staff is going to be great. No, he's not going to really do a position. That's something he said he doesn't want to take on right now, which is fine. He's going to be there mostly for conditioning and just motivating the guys.
Okay, players, both of you are very young. Is there a specific college player or NFL player that you look up to and strive to be like?
You can go. I want to be like Derrick Henry. The reason why I say that because he always strives to be the best. He never gave up on himself. One of the reasons why, because I'm kind of built like him. You feel me? I always looked it up to him. He played for one of my best colleges. He went to Alabama. Thank you.
I would say Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes works out a lot, and he works on his game a lot before and after his games.
Coach, he's gonna have to grow into the microphone.
Well, I think he's gonna grow into it being in 9th grade. He was a 12. So yeah, eventually I think he's gonna grow into his feet. So, but to piggyback on what Jovi was saying, I try to preach to them that all the time, that you don't get better at practice. That's on whatever level you on. You're gonna have to get better outside of practice. And these two guys, I really do think, work hard outside of practice. I tell that to my son all the time. Man, if you're going to be a good player, you're going to have to do more than what you're doing outside of practice. And I think these guys have that desire and will to do whatever they need to do to be great. And eventually, I think they're going to be great. You want to show them that 12? They may think I'm playing. You want to show them? Okay.
Do you get the sense that the young men on the team really have grasped the opportunity that they really have, that most kids around the state that are in the 8th and 9th grade would kill to have, and that's playing time on Fridays?
I think they have. Because
that's where they get better.
That's where they get better. And like I said, the experience factor is going to be difficult for them. But if they just don't get down on themselves and just learn from a mistake they make, I tell them all the time, 9th grade center. That's going to be in the 9th grade, my starting center. We're going to be young. I tell them all the time, I said, man, if you give me 85% of the snaps correctly, then you've done a wonderful job. He said, Coach, why not 100? I said, because even I make mistakes. Can you believe that? I said, so nobody's going to be at 100%, but you give me 85% of the snaps correctly into Joby, then we're going to have some success. And then yesterday we had a little practice going on, and I said, man, he had one bad snap out of, I don't know if it was a long time, wasn't it? And I said, man, don't worry about it. Give me 80%. He said, no, coach, you got to at least give me 85. You said 85. I said, all right, you got it. Give me 85. I said, that'll work. So, you know, that once again, that's the experience thing that's going to be on Friday night. So they're going to be a little bright-eyed, you know, the first Friday night being that young. But once we get them butterflies out their stomachs, they're going to be something to deal with.
Coach, you mentioned a couple times earlier the importance of having that youth football. Is this the first class you have come in since that started back, or?
Would be the first class, man.
I think so.
Yeah, I think this is the first class that I'm going to have back from the youth program. Yeah, it is. Y'all are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the first class back.
Would you say that played a role in how these two guys ended up here with you today?
No, the role that they brought them here with me today was, like I said before, they've been dedicated this summer, the whole summer, and I have about 4 or 5 sophomores, but they've missed a few days more than I would expect them to, for a variety of reasons, whatever it is. But these two guys have been here consistently. So that's why I'm bringing them. I don't bring seniors because they're seniors, and I don't bring juniors because they're juniors. I bring guys that deserve to be here, and these two guys deserve to be here. So that's what led me to bring them with me today.
Coach, coming from a small school like TC, what does a deal like this, where you've got all these TV cameras and radio people and stuff like that, what does that mean to your program and your young men to be able to come do something like this every year?
Well, definitely the exposure helps. And anytime you get an opportunity to sell your program for the betterment of it, I think is good. And that's what Media Day does. It gives us opportunity to continue to sell TC and the great things we're doing academically and sports-wise, you know, because they're student athletes first, and that's another thing. I'm glad I said that. These two young men right here are AB students. I always have been since they've been in school. So, you know, that's another reason. So anytime you get a chance to sell your young players or any player or your school, as far as something like Media Day, is a great opportunity, and I enjoy doing it. And that's why I enjoy coming every year, because it gives us opportunity of somebody that might not know about TC or Howard Cole or our concession stand. Now they do. That they get an opportunity to can come and see the school. It's a beautiful community. It's a beautiful school, and it's a lively stadium. So if you haven't had an opportunity to come and see it, I suggest you do.
All right, I've been one time. You played Donahoe on a Thursday during race week. So anytime I've been to
Yeah.
concession stand is more than hot dogs and hamburgers.
Oh, no.
Brag on it now. Brag on it.
Now, we don't do hot dogs and hamburgers. We have barbecue fries. We have ribs. We have fish. We don't do hot dogs. Yeah. No, we don't do hot dogs. It's an adventure now. You're gonna enjoy the halftime.
Coach, you might take 85, but that concession stand's 100.
Yeah, that concession. I'm gonna tell you now. That concession stand never went down. We're gonna have the best concession stand in the county. I don't care what anybody says.
Has that always been that way, or is that?
It's been that way since I've been there, from the year one, which was 2006, 5.
Which year one? Because you've been there twice.
Yeah, I'm saying, I think year one, when I first got there, was 2006, I want to say. It's been that way since I've been there.
It's been that way since the early 90s, I know.
That's good.
Yeah.
I guess this is Cameron. You got the Valley Dogs beat, I guess. What they do in Alexandria.
Yeah.
If there are no further questions for Coach Mahan, that's going to wrap up our session here with the Talladega County Central Fighting Tigers and Coach Chris Mahan and his player representatives today. Wish them good luck this season. Next up, we'll have Lincoln High School Golden Bears here at the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the food you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Super Speedway. Next up, we have Coach Matt Zedeker and the Lincoln High School Golden Bears. Representing the Golden Bears today, we have Jack Porch, Zach Wren, and Corian Kelly. Golden Bears compete in Class 5A Region 6 and open up their season at Southside on August the 20th.
Yeah, to the left is running back Corian Kelly. To my right is our quarterback Jack Porch, and next to him is our outside linebacker Zach Wren. Summer's gone well. Obviously put a lot of focus on getting back with a toughness and a tenacity that I wouldn't say we lost last year, but we didn't show it very well. Senior bunch came in and kind of refocused their goals right after the season last year, and wanted to lay out how they wanted to lead their team as a senior bunch, and have done an outstanding job in the off season, and then this summer they had a really good summer as far as kids getting there, showing up, and working their tails off. Had a successful OTA season and a 7-on-7 season this summer. You know, those are always fun to play in and get some experience in, and we did well in them, but it's not real football. You know, it's touch football, but it's always good to be able to work that type of things, and these guys had a great summer and did a great job of leading, and looking forward to see them leading when we start on Monday, our first day of practice.
Talk about being back in, second year back in 5A. Just what did you learn last year? Getting back up to 5A? Yeah,
5A is a new animal. You know, there's not much difference between, I would say, your upper echelon 4A teams and your 5A teams, other than numbers. You probably got a couple more better players on the field than you do in 4A. But you know, we attacked 5A the same way we attack any division last year. We just had some unfortunate miscues with injuries, and just seems like every game, with the exception of 2, we had a chance to win, but for whatever reason, we just couldn't get over that hump or make that play, and it was frustrating. So that's kind of been a driving factor in how we prepared and how we worked this off season to make sure we do make that play this year. And so a tremendous challenge in front of us with the region we're in. There's some very strong teams in there, with a Leeds and an Alexandria and a Center Point. I would say are probably the top 3 dogs in that region, and then you know the rest of it's very strong. St. Clair County's got a new coach. Corner's got a new coach, so we don't know what they're going to be about. Hayden's does what they do with wing T, very good. And then who am I missing? Anyway, very, very good teams that we're going to have to come every region game if we want a chance to make the playoffs and play our best.
Bad luck. I mean, running backs went down one after another last year.
Yeah, just, you know, that's part of football, you know, and that's why we have the next man up mentality. We tell these kids all the time, even if you're not a star, prepare like you are a starter. And last year was just a perfect example of that. In the first 3 games, we lost Corian. He ran the entire first game against Southside and felt good, and his knee blew up on Sunday, and lo and behold, he had torn ACL. Just really was unfortunate for him. We lost a very talented freshman running back in Landon Waller in the Sylacauga game second week, and then lost another talented sophomore running back in Too Strong and Jalen George to a broke leg. And so we were down to 1 running back, to Trey Wilson, who did an outstanding job for us. But, you know, it's just one of those years, and it's part of the game, and it's why we try to dress close to 65, 70 kids. You know, we lost a lot of linemen to injury. We went into every game last year with at least 6 starters out. And it's very hard to compete in 5A, but it's not an excuse. We got to learn how to overcome. I think it was a great learning lesson for us as a team and as a coaching staff, to expect the unexpected, and if it happens, we got to have a plan for it, and we will. I think we'll be a better team and a better coaching staff for our misfortunes last year.
Having them out helped your quarterback a little bit, grow up more, and try to take that next step. Talk about what you've seen from him and what you want to see from him this year.
Yeah, Jack's a mature quarterback this year. He waited his time for 2 years, but behind a very talented quarterback in Javion Searles, and Jack just, you know, took that next step last year in being the starter, running our offense, and just really has developed in the off season. If you look at him, I mean, he's a specimen. He's a weight room guy. He's a very good competitor. He works on his game constantly. He's on the field probably 3 or 4 times a week with his receivers, working the routes and working his throws. And so, like you said, having our running game back this year, I think will make us very versatile. We have a very talented core of receivers. So we're going to have a lot of weapons offensively that he's going to be able to go to. And this guy next to me, along with some other running backs, can take the pressure off him. A lot more so this year than last year. A lot of times we had to rely on Jack's arm because we only had 1 running back. So we're excited about what we have offensively. It's looked well this summer, but we got to put an offensive line in front of it and get them gelling good so they can protect and block. But sky's the limit for this guy and this guy.
About that offensive line, is that one of the bigger challenges right now, just in establishing an offense this year, is getting a line together and playing on the same page?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably the biggest question we have going into this season would be our offensive line. We have a couple starters back in Marcus Sego at our tackle and Malachi Stroud, our other tackle. We have 2 new guards and a new center in there this year, but very capable. Our center's going to be Austin Cook, and then we got Matthew Davis and Xavier McClooney at our guards. They've really come together. We started running plays around February with our offense to get the new blocking schemes in and kind of how we want to go, at what pace we want to go. Our offensive coordinator from last year retired. Coach Will Hill did an outstanding job for us, and he's playing with grandkids now. We brought in a new guy. And so, yeah, we definitely have to develop that offensive line and develop some depth behind it because, again, if we learned anything from last year, an injury can happen. And so that's kind of been the number one factor of what we're trying to develop in summer. Yeah, our running backs coach from last year, Coach Matt Griffith, is going to be our OC this year. Pretty nice to have a retired guy come volunteer for us and do the job right there. Yeah, I think it's no question that Coach Griffith and I are very good friends, and he's done an outstanding job. He loves running his style offense, and I think he'll be the first to tell you this is one of the first times he's had a complete throwing game to go with his run style offense, and so the sky's the limit. I think we have an opportunity to put a lot of points on the board. He's come in with a lot of energy. He doesn't have to teach school all day. He gets to sit at home, watch film, get ready, and then come in and really helped last year that he's with these guys. He's built a relationship with these guys, and he knows them this year, and I think it's going to be fun.
How explosive can that offense be? Years past, Silicaga at 34, 35 points a game, just a running game. Got Jack and a running game. How explosive can this offense be?
I think it all goes how our offensive line is going to go. We definitely have the skill that can take it to the house at any time. We can be very balanced, and as long as we develop this offensive line to protect and to block, which they're doing very good at this point, I think it could be very explosive. I think we could be the talk of the county at some point if everything goes how it's supposed to be of the points we're putting up. But the flip side of that is we got to stop people too, and that's where this guy on the end of the table here, Zach Wren, our outside linebacker, where he comes in. Scoring points just translates to defense, and any coach will tell you if you're scoring points, that defense steps out on the field even that much more excited to defend. So excited about our defense as well. We have around 9 starters coming back, you could say, because of some injuries last year. We lost 2 linebackers and a corner, and everybody else is back. And one of those linebackers had a bad back last year. So we got a lot of experience from some very young players last year, Kamari Hampton and a Gavin Hobbs at our safeties. They were freshmen and sophomores last year. So now you got a junior and a sophomore back there. Cornelius Glass, I think, is a hidden gem in this state. He's a 6'3" corner for us. That is sky's the limit. He's a 4'4", 4'5" kid. He's 6'3", and he's a lockdown guy, and he can come up and make a play. He's back for his second year. And then at our other corner, that's kind of up in the air, but Braden Watson is pushing for that spot, along with Noah Payton and Jaden Woods, who's a senior we got out this year. So the backside of our defense, I think, is very experienced. It's going to be very good. Our linebacker core comes back intact with the exception of our nickel backer. So we'll have Zach on the outside. We'll have Caleb Bloom and Hunter Dulaney in the middle, and then we'll have Tay Elston on the outside that'll take over for our nickel back. We got our entire defensive front back, which I think is a plus for us. We got our 2 defensive ends in Isaiah Ashley and Hunter Johnson, and then our nose guard Braxton Harmon right there along with some decent backups behind him, and Michael Parker, Xavier McClooney will go both ways right there. So our defense, I feel, should be back the way it has been in the past. I hang my hat on defense. We were not satisfied or happy at all last year with as many points as we gave up. And so as a defensive unit, we've really refocused ourselves this offseason to get that tenacity and that nastiness back, and hopefully hold some people to some points. But if you watch football on any level, offense is the thing right now, and there's a lot of points. So anytime you can get a defense that can average, 3 turnovers a game and try to hold teams to, close to 20 points, we feel like we can be successful.
Coach, this will be your 5th year at Lincoln, starting out this season. You bookend a couple of years in 4A with 2 years in 5A, and you almost knew immediately when 4A started you were going to go back to 5A because we had that conversation.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the 4A, 5A transition and how tough it is? Because to me, and we've talked about this between ourselves, to me, that's the toughest transition, at least in this state, in classification.
I think it is, and going back to what I said earlier, I think numbers has a lot to do with it. The 2 years we were in 4A, I think we were ranked maybe the 13th or 14th highest population in a 4A school, and that helps. It's just right now we're in the middle of the pack of a 5A. We did know that we were going to be 5A. I talked to our SRO officer a couple days ago, and there's 800 building permits right now, building houses in Lincoln. Lincoln is an exploding community right now with a lot of people moving in. So knowing that we'll be 5A for a while, we try to prepare for that. But transition-wise, like I said, I just think there's a few more athletes that you can pick from, a numbers thing. Coaches, there's very good coaches on both 4A and 5A, but, young, inspiring coaches want to go up in a classification. And so it's just a different beast. And if you look at your top upper echelon 5A teams, that's what we're trying to aspire to be, your Clay Centrals, those type teams.
Let me follow up real quick on that. When you really get to 5A, isn't that really the point where you really can't play a lot of people both ways?
It is, and that's twofold. Ideally, you would love to 2-platoon, and you need to 2-platoon to be successful with the top 5A teams. But I also am a firm believer that if you have a special athlete that can go both ways, use them. And we have a few that we can, but yeah, absolutely. We try to 2-platoon as much as we can, just for depth and for having energy in the fourth quarter. But I can tell you right now, we'll have at least 3 or 4 guys that won't come off the field much, and they prepare themselves physically, mentally to not come off the field and don't want to be off the field. So, but yeah, 2-platooning is extremely important.
Jack, if you could kind of think back to where you were around last July, last August, where do you think you've grown the most?
I feel like I've grown in my accuracy, throwing the ball. I've also gained a lot more chemistry this year with my receivers and also my running back. I've played with Corian since my 7th grade year, and it's nice to have him back on the field this year. Also, I feel like in the weight room, it's helped me a lot as a quarterback with arm strength and things like that, and also learning the plays. I feel like this time last year I wasn't as prepared as I should have been for the first game, but I've really dug into the playbook this year and made sure I've learned all what I need to.
Corian, you're coming off a season-ending injury. What is your main goal for this season?
My main goal for this season is to basically stay healthy all season and be able to play a full season.
Jack, going back to what your head coach said, what Coach Sedeker said about having Matt Griffith as your offensive coordinator now, does that make a difference to you as the quarterback, knowing, and what does he bring to the OC job, maybe that wasn't, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but I guess I'm not, but I am. What does he bring as far as what you've learned from him on the offensive side of the ball?
I feel like he brings a little bit more of a more balanced attack to the offensive game. I do like his offense and how he has his offense, but he'll still let me have a little say in like what I want to do and what I like to do. So he really listens to his players, and I enjoy that.
Corian, what was that like working your way back from that injury? What, going through that, I guess just what was that like on a personal level to have to kind of get back in shape and come back?
I feel like everything happened for a reason, and I feel like God put that obstacle in front of me so I could overcome it and come back stronger and have a better year than I would have had last year. So yeah, it made me work really hard though.
Talk about the work you put in on your body. You look like a totally different person, man.
Yes, sir. I really focused on getting a lot quicker and stronger and faster. I wanted to get my breakaway speed right this year so I could be able to run down the sideline, show off my speed more. Yes, sir. Stuff like that.
Talk about, you didn't have a season last year. Just talk about trying to build off the success you had your 10th grade year. You had a great year that year.
Really, I was just trying to get into the season, get into a full season, because technically I really haven't been able to play a full season, and since my 9th grade year. So my 10th grade year got cut a little short. My 11th grade year I got hurt the first game. This year I'm just really, really focused on staying healthy and playing a full season.
Coach, I'm curious, with Jack, we saw you guys play Etowah in the spring game, and this guy's got no fear when it comes to throwing the football. To both of you, to answer this question, is there any throw he can't make, and is there any throw that you'd like him to try to not throw as much?
I'll let you go first, then I'll answer.
I know there's a few throws that I probably shouldn't have thrown that game for sure, but I always trust in myself. I always feel like I can make the throw and I can make the play. I like to try to be a playmaker. I know I do a little too much sometimes, but I'd rather die trying than not do it at all.
We feel Jack he spins the ball extremely well. Feels like he can make every throw that we need him to make, and he's a confident quarterback. It's what you want in your quarterback. You want confidence. You want confidence that he can slide it in a little mouse hole and beat the defense. And there's certain times and certain situations we may have to remind him, hey, hold on to it, throw it away, or take the safe throw. But other than that, we want him to have that confidence as a quarterback and leading that offense and trying to score at will.
I think you're good to go there, Coach.
The thing that Jack's worked on a lot this offseason is speed. We clocked him at we get to 4.7? Yeah, 4.7 on Monday at our combine night, which is would you run a 5.5 when I first had you?
No, it's about 5 flat.
But which is just going to help him as well in our read game offensively with our run game. That we have a lot of reads that he's going to read where he'll pull it down and run it. We're not expecting him to run away from anybody, but get us 7 to 12 yards, get down, let's live for another play, get the first down, move the chain. So I think that's been a very good aspect of his game as he's increased his speed, which will help with his escapability.
For all the players, do y'all have guys that are either playing college ball now or in the NFL that you look up to at your position that you like to watch and maybe try to learn from?
Go ahead.
For me, I look up to Christian McCaffrey. His game is very versatile. There's not a lot on the field that he can't do from the running back position, and I want to mold my game after his.
Obviously, every quarterback looks up to Tom Brady as a role model because he's been doing this for 22 years now, I think, and won plenty of Super Bowls. But also, I look up to Josh Allen because he's a bigger quarterback in stature, and he is balanced in his game. He can throw the ball anywhere he wants to. He can also run the ball and do whatever he wants to with the ball. I feel like he's an up-and-coming quarterback in the NFL, too.
For me, it would have to be Ray Lewis. I mean, he's not in the NFL anymore, but just the way he carried himself, like in game and off the field, like with his tenacity and aggressiveness, it just made me want to be like him.
Zach likes to yell like him too. Makes a big play. Yeah.
Sure. Zach, what have you seen? You know, we've talked a lot about the offense. What have you, I don't know, what are you hoping for? What do you expect? What have you kind of seen out of some of the rest of the guys on defense with you?
I'm expecting, we have a veteran defense coming back. They're really experienced. They like to put in extra work, and they really just get the job done. I'm expecting a lot from them this year.
Coach, how would you kind of compare that group to last year, just in terms of experience on defense? Is this a more experienced group, a little bit younger group on defense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Way more experience. Like I said, we got close to. You could say we have 9 starters back, if you count some injuries last year. And if you look at that defense last year, I'll just for instance, our first game of the year against Southside last year, we had 13 players on the field that hadn't played a Friday night game yet. So we were very young, very inexperienced, and a lot of that 13 was on the defensive side of the ball. We graduated a tremendous defense the year before that. So, a 10-game season, which we were very fortunate to be able to play in the COVID situation last year, and get 10 Friday night games under your belt with experience, it's a world of difference coaching them now. You know, the things that you were constantly coaching them as a first-year player, now they got. And so you can move on to make them that much better with their reads and with their development in how they can be better in their position. So, and listen, we pride ourselves, and I pride myself on defense. And last year, just what wasn't part of us. You know, the 2 years before that, when we won the region, we gave up 13 points a game. You know, and so that went to about 30 last year. And so it was a frustrating year in that fact, knowing that we're not playing to the caliber that we feel we should be playing. But on the flip side of that is, man, we got a lot of experience. And we're ready to roll this year. Our expectations never change. We want to win our region. We want to beat our county rival, and we want to try to go undefeated. And that's our goals every year going into the season. And then if we're fortunate enough to make the playoffs, we set new goals for that.
How important is it to get off to a fast start this year, Coach?
Well, in the 4 years that I've been at Lincoln, obviously, Two times we lost our first game. We didn't have very successful seasons, and the other 2 years we won our first game, and we had very successful seasons. So it's a very important game. You know, Southside has a new coaching staff in there, very young, energetic coaching staff that's bringing a lot to the table down there. We've kind of been keeping our eyes on them as well as them keeping it on us. We got to go into a very tough environment. That's a tough stadium to play in Southside Gadsden. The sidelines are about as wide as this table right here. It will be packed. They have a tremendous crowd. We'll bring a tremendous crowd. So it's just how can we handle the adversity of a first game with a new coaching staff on the other side? They're going to be pumped up. But I would think we have a little more experience this year and a little more veterans than they do. You know, we started that game last year and looked out on there, and when we had 13 guys starting for the first time on Friday night, they had 19 seniors starting. And so they graduated a lot, but they're very talented. They're a 6A program. We like to come out the back right there and see where we stack up against a 6A program. And the 2 years that we were fortunate to beat them, we had a very good year. So that's our expectations. We take one game at a time. That's all we're looking towards is that Southside game. And we know we got our hands full with it, but we're going to go in there very confident and knowing we can do what we do and handle our things that we need to handle, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to come out on top.
Coach, we've got your schedule up on the screen right now, and it goes way past week one. Boy, the first month for you guys, 3 road games.
Yeah.
You got to go to Sylacauga after Southside.
Right.
Then you get Leeds for the region opener at home, and then you've got to travel to Center Point before you get maybe just a smidge of a break. and then you got Montford coming to your place the next week.
Yeah, I tell you, whoever scheduled that thing needs to be shot, you know. My coaching staff's like, Coach, what are you doing? We're calling it the gauntlet, and we know it is. But, you know, we'll take it 1 week at a time, but we feel if we can come out of those first 5 games, you know, 3-2, 4-1, 5-0, man, maybe we have an opportunity for a very special season. But if we come out of there without those records, we still have a backside of the schedule that we feel we can compete with as well. So it is a gauntlet. You know, 2 very tough road games to begin it, and then a very, very talented Leeds team coming to our house for our home opener that's returning a lot. Got 4 stars, 5 stars all over the field. So that'll be a huge region game for us. But all we're looking forward to right now, we got blinders on for Southside. We're going to see what we can do with those Panthers.
You're the only coach we really can talk to about a kicking game. Just talk about your kicking game and what you want to see from the team.
We got our kicker, Nick Monroe's back this year. He was another first-year player last year as far as playing on a Friday night. He was inconsistent at best, you know, made some very good kicks for us, very good punts for us, some clutch extra points and field goals, and then he had his troubles as well. He's had a very good off season. He's gone to quite a few camps to try to hone in on his game. And then we have a very strong-legged freshman that will be his backup in Mason Hill that we're going to dress up, and you know, he's going to push Nick a little bit, which I think is what Nick needed, a little competition in practice to make sure that he's doing well. But you know, we've made it a priority to work special teams every Wednesday this summer in our off-season workouts, and we got all our special teams put in. Nick's doing a great job of putting the ball where we want to put it, and we expect to use him as a weapon this year, more as opposed to you know, trying to go for it on 4th last year.
I'm kind of curious. I'll ask Zach this question. Zach, what was the mindset of the team after the spring game with Etowah when you guys kind of went toe-to-toe defensively with a 4A team that went to the state semifinals?
The mindset we had was just to, like, get better, to keep working. You know, we didn't play as good as we thought we would, but we still kept pushing, kept working, and now we're coming back into this season working hard, putting in extra work, and I feel like we're going to do really good.
That was a tough matchup. That was a defense. Etowah's got everybody back, yeah.
People that like defense like that.
Yeah.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our segment with Lincoln High School and head coach Matt Zedeker. Next up, we will have the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers and Coach Adam Fawcett. Good luck, Coach. Wish you guys well this season.
Bear down. Thank you.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center at the Talladega Super Speedway. Next up, we have the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers and head coach Adam Fawcett entering his 4th season. They're coming off a second-round playoff appearance a year ago. With Coach Fawcett today, we have DeLeon Welch, Devontae Carmichael, and John Murphy. Tigers opened up the season in Montgomery against Catholic, team that played for a state championship this past season.
Yes, sir.
There you go, Coach.
Were you in charge of finding that game?
I was.
And for any particular reason?
We had a Week 10 game with Dadeville, and it wasn't going to work out this year. Both of us wanted to play Week 0, and kind of came down to an agreement that we weren't going to play. And I was looking for a 10th game. I want to play 10 games in a season. I am good with having Week 10 off. Expectations are playoff football. I'm good with having Week 10 off. Last year the situation was kind of crazy because we ended up having Week 10 and Week 11 off, and then we go into the second round with no game experience. And not to take away from Abbeville, but it hurt us big time. So. Was Montgomery Catholic my first pick? No, it wasn't. But they called me and offered for us to come down, and I know Coach Johnson pretty well, so it's an opportunity to see really good competition, obviously, and not to. I don't know. I'm not an arrogant sort, but this ain't the B.B. Comer from 4 years ago. I mean, these kids are bought in. They work hard. They're busting their tail. 4 years ago, we played in 5 or 6 homecomings. One of them was the second game of the season. So that's changed a little bit. So we want to face good competition and be ready to start region play a couple weeks after that.
you would not have gotten this game probably.
Correct.
From both sides. You would have
Right.
played in it, and they would no way would have called
Right.
it, So
Right.
that tells you how far you have come.
Yes, sir.
And that's got to be a good feeling.
Yes, sir.
You know.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where the program sees all the benefits and the community sees all the benefits of it, and that's, you know, that's what I do this for, is these guys up here, for their success, for them to be able to have those memories. You know, high school football's over, and then what have you got? You know, you can talk about the good times and the bad times, and I think these guys up here, all three being seniors, you know, especially if they continue to stay the course and do what they're supposed to do, they're gonna have some good memories of their high school career.
Last year, Comer had a really good season, making it to the second round of the playoffs. Talk about what that meant to Tiger Nation.
It was huge. You know, it was the big thing was it was an opportunity to host a first round game. And I tell everybody the best part about our season is you go 9-2 on the season during a pandemic, and 8 of the 9 wins were on the field. Like these guys won those games on the field, and it just you know, the way things worked out, it happened that St. Luke's couldn't play in the playoff game. We weren't able to actually host a game, you know, and it was very unfortunate for both sides. But you know, it is what it is. You've learned to if you've learned anything through the pandemic, you've learned some adversity. You've learned how to deal with adversity. So we didn't get to play that game, but when we go to Abbeville, which I don't know if anybody knows where Abbeville is on a map, but you're gonna have to throw the stone a couple times to get to Abbeville, and it's a long ways away. But when we came out for kickoff, our side of the stadium was packed, so our fans really came out and supported. They were there, and it even goes back to 2 years ago at Fultondale. We had more fans on our sideline 2 years ago than Fultondale did. So, man, they are rabid about Tiger football, and that's a good thing to have. It's, you know, again, we've come so far. I remember the very first game we played, and we lost the game, and I, you know, coming off the field, I was like, man, we made too many mistakes. We gave up big plays. I was replaying everything in my head that was going on, and there was people down by the field house, and I thought, man, here we go. And like, I remember to this day, there was a man that came up to me. I don't know who this man was, and he hugged me. And he's like, Coach, they look so good out there. And I'm like, what? No, like, no, we didn't. He's like, no, you don't understand. You had 11 guys on the punt team, and you did this and you did that. I'm like, I appreciate it, but we lost the game. So, yeah, you know, it's a good feeling to have, to be able to have success. But success doesn't come by just showing up. You know, these guys have been showing up and working out and putting in work every morning, 4 days a week since we got out of school, and it's not always fun. It's not always easy. It's not, you know, it's a tough time, but they show up. Our numbers have been great all summer.
Coach, you kind of alluded to it a while ago when you said this year is not the Comer of 4 years ago. I can remember as a part-time referee coming, I think, to the Comer Fayetteville game or whatever game it was, and Comer dressed out about 13 players, which I was like, I don't know how you play a game with 13 players. I lead into that by saying, how many guys, what are your numbers going to look like this year, 4 years later after that?
7th through 12th grade, we'll have about 52 kids. So on a Friday night, we'll probably dress 35 to 40. You know, we'll dress some younger kids that are not quite ready, but you want them to experience that, and they've been there all summer and things like that. But we'll have about 40 guys dressed out on Friday nights.
Not bad for a two-way school.
Not bad, no.
Coach, I know one of the things that coaches never like to do is talk about themselves. They want to kind of reflect or deflect all of the positive things to the kids in the program and stuff like that. But you know, you were nominated for our Coach of the Year this past year, and your fan base actually voted you ahead of some coaches up in the Calhoun County area, and the defending 4A state champ coach as the fan favorite for Coach of the Year. That says a lot about where the culture is for BB Comer football outside of the helmet, shoulder pads, and the coaching staff?
Yeah, it does. You're right. Most coaches don't like talking about themselves, but it's a buy-in. It's all about the buy-in and coming in. And with these guys, I've gone back and talked to them recently about it. I said, look, if I would have walked in day one and all hunched over and said, hey, we're gonna show up and we may practice, we may win a few games, is the buy-in there, And they're like, no, of course not. You show up, hey, we're gonna have a plan. Hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do it, and this is how we're gonna make it happen. So they relay that to their parents, and then everybody kind of sees it come together. I will say, in 40 plus years of life, that was the first time I've ever won any popularity vote. So that was pretty cool, But no, everybody was voting, and it was pretty neat to see the votes, and you could.
There's nothing scientific about that part of it.
Right.
It's just sheer.
That's right.
will.
Yeah, it is. And it was cool because you could see like there was other people that had kids at other schools, or even coaches from other schools that were voting and stuff like that, which I thought that was pretty neat. You always want to be respected by your peers, and coaching is a brotherhood, and there's a lot of guys that are kind of on the same page, and then there's some that aren't on the same page. But it's always good to have those guys respect you and see the work that you've done, because we're always sharing, we're always stealing stuff from each other, and how did you do this? How did you do that? So it was a very humbling experience. So definitely appreciated by the voters.
Let me follow up that with something that I think also speaks a lot to where you are with the kids in your program. It was, a week or two after the awards night where they had the tornado come through Ohatchee, and here you look on Facebook and you guys are trailering supplies up into the Ohatchee area, a team you don't even play anymore.
Right.
And, you guys are up there being good community servants.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Coach Martin and the guys up there, and we try to teach these guys that being a good football player doesn't make you a good person. And at some point in time in your career, you're going to put the helmet up, you're going to put the pads up, and you're never going to put them on again. So the big the big test as a coach is, what kind of man are we creating? What kind of future father are we creating? What kind of husband are we creating? So we emphasize kind of the giving back and doing the things and stuff like that. And some days are tougher than others, trying to get that through to teenage kids. But it's very important that they understand that. So for us to be able to do that, I thought it was a great success. We were able to get those items up there. The community, there were people, they called me from the front office. They're like, hey, you need to come get this. It's clogging up the front office. And I go get it, and then they call an hour later, hey, you got more stuff up here. So even the community helped out, the players, female athletes, everybody kind of pitched in and helped make that happen.
Coach, you have a lot of players back from last season team. Just talk about your expectations for this year, and do you guys kind of have a target on your back being successful 2 years in a row? How do you handle that?
Yeah, I think the expectations are huge, and you can't let the expectations kind of overshadow the work that you've got to do, and staying focused on the job at hand. I try to. I very seldom discuss winning. We discuss doing the little things right. We discuss being on time. We discuss being where you're supposed to be. We discuss the definition of discipline, being where you're supposed to be and doing what you're supposed to do at all times. So to just say, hey, we're going to put an emphasis on winning, we don't do that. I think if you handle the little things, winning takes care of itself. Obviously, losing 5 seniors, only 2 starters from last year's team, it is one of those ordeals where the tables have turned, obviously, where you're not the underdog that was there, and I think it's a good I think it's a good thing because it's a competition thing, you know. So teams are having to prepare more for you. Teams are having to spend more time on you and focus on you. And as coaches, we've all been there before. And you know, a lot of coaches won't admit it. It's okay, but there's some games that you get on the schedule and like, all right, look, they're not real good right now. We can rest a few guys. We can do this. We can do that. You know. And that's just the truth, you know. Sometimes that happens, and we used to be that team. Again, we were the team that played all the homecomings and so forth and so on. So now it's, you know, you've got 14 seniors, you've got 12 juniors, you've got, you know, so forth and so on. The expectations are high, but the senior class, and these three guys are a great representation of our senior class. They seem to handle pressure pretty well, you know. I think a lot of them, you know, you go back to that Abbeville game on a Friday night, and a lot of them still remember how that felt. You know, they remember kind of that sting, you know, and you go back to winning and losing, but they remember how that felt. And that's what they remember, and they want to go back and go to work. They know, you know, we talk about week 0. We talk about the schedule. Talking about Montgomery Catholic, grade 3A team. We're not going down there to just go down there. We're going down there with expectations to be successful, and I want us to have expectations of being successful in anything that we do. Whether we're going to play a game, whether we're going to a job interview, whatever the case may be. I want my guys, I want my coaching staff to have confidence in what they're doing.
For the players, where do y'all, I guess, are there, as individuals, where do you feel like you've grown the most over the last year?
I feel like I've grown the most at, like, communicating with my teams and try to, like, understand them better. Like, team bonding. Because, like Coach said, that's one of the most problem we have, team bonding.
Just like Devontae said, you know, team bonding, I think that's the most important thing on this team.
You're up, John.
Let's talk about in 3 years of starting quarterback. What do you want to accomplish this year in your third year to start?
I want to come with, like, because, like, last year I didn't have the year that I supposed to have, what I wanted to have, so I have a lot more to come this year than last year, and, like, just trying to, like, control the offense and, like, make sure everybody stay calm when the time get tough, and, like, and go out there and compete and try our best no matter what.
Does that Abbeville game, is that something you guys still think about, the players?
Oh, yes, sir. That's most definitely on our mind every day. Like, that's one of the game we wish we could go back and have, but, you know, it's life, so we just have to keep going and move on.
Same thing for you? Coach, just talk about losing, you lost Raphael. Just talk about the plan to replace him. I heard you got 2. I know you got Chris and you got another running back coming back pretty good.
Yeah, so you know, losing a second team All-State kid like Raphael and could really had great vision, had great speed. You know, losing him, that's big shoes to fill. Obviously, we've had 2 guys. They got to play in the spring, and then are taking snaps in the backfield for us. Chris Garrett and Kamor Harris are both athletic. Both of them kind of bring a different style to the table. Chris is a little more elusive and has a few more moves, and Kamor is straight ahead, and he'll try to run over anything in his way. So, you know, we've got to be able to utilize them to the best of our ability. I think one thing that hurt us last year is we became so one-dimensional. We had a real hard time throwing the ball, had a real hard time, you know, being a threat in the air. So, and I think that because of not having 7-on-7s, because of not having OTAs and things like that, that hurt us. But I've brought in a new offense coordinator, and he's really taken what we've done and kind of taken it to the next level. We do a good job. We've done a good job in the summer throwing the ball. I think Devontae's starting to read defenses a lot better and see things a lot better than he has in the past. DeLeon's had a good summer catching the ball. We moved him to a slot position so we can kind of move him around a little bit. He's had a couple good 7-on-7 outings and catches the ball well for us. So, excuse me. So that ultimately will kind of determine the ebb and flow of the offense. You know, I'm still an old school guy. I still want to run the ball. That's what I was brought up on. I was brought up on veer and split back and some double wing stuff. So these you got to start talking about spread and 5 wide and things like that. I cringe a little bit, but you have to do what your talent has, and we've got speed all over the place. We've got skill all over the place. So what suits us best is, hey, we're going to spread it out and try and make some things happen on the perimeter. And then once you start covering that, we'll let Chris and Kamor start pounding it in the middle.
For the players that have participated in those 7-on-7s, how big is that just for confidence and maybe do you feel a little less rusty than maybe you felt heading into camp last year when you weren't able to participate in that stuff?
It helped me out a lot. Then last year we didn't have that. So now I could throw the ball, I could read defense, and it helped me understand and more of my receivers, get the timing down and stuff.
Yeah, it also helped me a lot, having connection with Vontae and catching the ball.
Oh my God.
Coach, real quick, couple things. Y'all played Silicaga in spring game. I know it's a team that Comer played Silicaga for seemed like 100 years and stopped 4 or 5 years ago, and I know a lot of people were excited about that. What are the chances of that game coming back on the schedule on a full-time basis and not just spring? And the second thing I wanted to mention too was yesterday it was announced that, and they didn't really actually give a time frame, but there's a very good possibility that the Board of Education, the County Board of Education is going to use the old Avondale property for a B.B. Comer Sportsplex, if that's what you want to call it, and to have your own football field. What does that mean to you guys? First of all, about the Silicaga game, and then what does it mean to you guys about having your own field and not having to share a field with Silicaga?
First off, the Silicaga game was something. The spring game was something that I went to Coach Carter about, and we had agreed on that, and we agreed to split the gate. And it was, as of right now, we're just looking at a 2-year home and home ordeal. Next spring they'll be at home, and then we'll kind of assess our teams and see where we are. So, you're still looking at a 3A and a 5A, and that makes it a little bit tougher. I think the overall idea and the overall concept is a great thing, but at the end of the day, you still got to look out for what's best for the kids involved. And with small schools are a little bit different than big schools. Big schools go through it as well, but small schools, you kind of go through ebbs and flows and highs and lows of athletes. And we have, so the way our count works, we've been kind of looking at it. There's a chance we may go back to 3A, numbers wise, but we don't have a lot of male athletes coming up in those younger classes. So the classes are big, but we have a lot of female athletes that aren't playing football. So that makes it a little bit tougher. But down the road, 5 years, 10 years, 3 years, that I couldn't tell you. So as far as the announcement yesterday, that was a big to-do. I think the number was like $1.75 million to get it cleaned up and get it kind of where you can start building on it. So, it's an exciting thing. It's a positive. I think I've seen the plans, and the plans look good. But the community has to understand too, it's going to take some time. Like it's kind of a disaster over there right now, where everything's just been sitting and everything just rubble piled on top of rubble. But it's a positive thing. It's going to be a good thing for Comer when it gets to that point. So it's something to definitely keep an eye on. Something that I don't know time frame wise. I had a sophomore this morning ask me about it, and I said, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not trying to be negative, but you probably won't play on it. I was like, it takes a lot of time to do all this. I said, it'll take over a year just to get all that stuff out of there. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think the field part of it is kind of funny. I'm not originally from Sylacauga, but it's funny just to you line 10 people up and ask them about the history of the field and whose field it is, and you'll get 10 different stories. So I know that we've had no issues since I've been here with the coaches at Sylacauga and administration over there. We've had no issues. We've shared the field and got along great. So as long as that continues, we'll be good to go.
For the players, do y'all have guys in positions that are either in the NFL now or college now that y'all like watching, that you kind of look up to, like, you know, I want to play like that guy, or maybe I can learn something by watching that guy?
My favorite player in the NFL is Russell Wilson, just the way he can, like, keep plays alive and just read the defense so fast, like, with the arm and his legs.
My favorite player is Odell Beckham Jr. and and Jared Judy, but Jared Judy, I like his routing style, like how he run his routes, and Odell, he don't give up on plays.
I like Bobby Wagner, just the way he controls the defense.
I thought he was going to say Bosworth.
Coach, talk about your schedule a little bit. We'll put it up on the screen for everybody watching at home, but the first month or so is pretty brutal.
It is. So we go from Montgomery Catholic to Chillsburg, and then we get to come home to play our first home game against Lynette, and then we go on the road to Lafayette. So we've got a pretty brutal first 4 games there. So after that, it kind of levels out. I hate to admit it, I can't even remember who we play after Lynette.
Ranford at home.
Ranford at home. There we go. So we play Ranford at home and then go to Winterboro. So, you know, it's in my opinion, the big teams and the teams in our region. Obviously, Lynette's going to be good. Coach Story does a great job down there, and his son is unbelievable. And he's got a couple athletes on the team that are almost as good as he is. So, you know, his son's narrowed down his college choices to, I think, Central Florida and Auburn. So he's a highly sought after guy and does a great job on the field for his dad. And then Lafayette, people kind of miss out on Lafayette because they lost. I think they lost like the first 4 games and then won the last 6 games before they got put out in the playoffs. And they have a lot of athletes there. And the coach is there. I think he was hired like right as the pandemic started. And I was talking to him last year, and he said everything went down, and he didn't even meet the players. Like, he was hired and board approved, and then they got out of school. So like, he didn't even have a chance to tell the players, hey, you know, do push-ups and run, or, you know, hey, I'm your coach, or anything like that. So he was kind of behind the 8 ball to begin with. So very top heavy there with those 2 guys, and that's going to be those are going to be battles, obviously. And then we have Randolph County, who's typically very, very good historically. I have a feeling Randolph County has our game circled on their schedule, just based on last year. And you know, last year the winner got the 2 seed, and we were able to win that game going away. So. And then in between all that, you've got the rest of our region, and to be honest with you, the rest of our region is kind of a toss-up. It's just who's going to beat who, and who's going to be healthy at the time. So anytime you're in 2A, 1A, 2A football, it's all about staying healthy. And if you can stay healthy, and that definitely increases your chances of having success.
For the players that are here, you know, obviously being here is a big honor. I assume Coach Fawcett would agree that y'all are leaders, and he wouldn't have brought you if you weren't going to play some sort of leadership role. What does that kind of mean for y'all this year? Just being a leader. Some of y'all have probably been that for a couple of years now, but maybe, you know, seniors even more important.
It means that he trusts me more. You know,
It mean a lot to me just to know that him and the team had trust and faith in me. You know, I could lead this team to victory, on and off the field. Like, I could do my job.
I'm just happy that he's got faith in me and some
Coach, just talk about media day. I mean, you've been here a lot of years. I don't know if it's 6, 7, but you've been here with 3 different teams. Just talk about what media day means to you and for the programs you led.
You know, it's a lot of fun. The toughest part about media day is, I told somebody this earlier, the toughest part about media day is figuring out what 3 guys you want to bring with you, because there's, especially this senior class has really endured a lot, and there's out of the 12 guys, there's 12 guys that could sit up here and represent our team and our program and do a good job of it. So that's the tough part of it, but you know, it's always put on, it's always done well. You guys do a good job, and I know last year we were even able to make it happen, and I thought that was a big event. It's pretty cool to have it up at the Speedway. When I leave here, I'm gonna see if there's an open gate and see if I can hit a hot lap in my truck. So, you know, I don't know if the officials are here or not, but you know, maybe I can sneak out a lap or something. But no, it's a good man. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun just bringing these guys up here and letting them experience it. And you know, it's really this kind of sort of, you know, kind of shows, hey, it's time to play ball. So anytime media day hits, hey, football's right around the corner. So we're excited for that. We're excited to get started Monday morning and get after it.
Coach, for you, how exciting is it to, you know, after what happened at Smith Station, to come take this program and just to be able to walk through the community now and see how things have changed in your time being here?
Man, it is probably the most humbling thing in the world. Like, it's for you to go from the bottom of the world to the top of the world in a matter of a few years. It's really really humbling for me. My family's in a great situation right now, and that's what it's about, is my family being happy, and you know, for them to be happy and for us to be here and having success is huge. And you know, I tell everybody that I can, I've got a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, and my 10-year-old will definitely be a Comer graduate. After that, who knows, I may go cut grass somewhere, but I'll be here for that long at least.
Still the best 2 ball boys in the state.
No doubt, no doubt. When they're not fighting or hanging out with the cheerleaders, they're definitely the best 2 ball boys in the state.
Smart boy.
Yeah.
If there are no further questions for Coach Fawcett or his players, that will wrap up this segment of the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Next up, we have the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors and head coach Paul Kulik.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 10th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the Talladega Super Speedway in the Ken Patterson Infield Media Center. Next up, we have the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors and head coach Paul Kulick. And today, representing the Silent Warriors, we have Stacy Phillips. The Silent Warriors open their season at Shoals Christian on August the 26th.
Coach, just talk about the summer. I know you guys came back a little bit early this year, and the young man that you brought with you.
Actually, we're going to start this Sunday, the 1st of August, and we've got 25 players committed to come to the football camp starting this Sunday. So that's a good number, 25, but they are very, very young. It's a very young team. We only have one senior. We have 7 juniors, and the rest, 16 players, are 8th and 9th graders. But they're good athletes, so I'm looking forward to working with them this coming week at camp.
Just talk about just having a full season. I know last year it got cut short due to COVID. The how exciting is to get back to a full schedule.
Oh, I'm thrilled to have a full season this fall. Last year, we were expecting to play a full season, but due to COVID, we only played half of our season. We only had 4 games. So we played 3 schools that weren't and 1 deaf school. And the one deaf school that we played against was Mississippi. And we lost to the schools that weren't deaf, but we did beat the Mississippi School for the Deaf. But this year, we're excited to have a full season, and all the boys are coming to the football camp this week, and then we've got two schools that aren't deaf, 2 public schools, and then 7 deaf schools. So the first 2 will be playing 11-man games, and the rest will be 8-man games, because most deaf schools they have smaller enrollments, so they can only play 8-man teams. But there's only 3 deaf schools in the United States, Indiana, and that we're playing on the 3rd week, our 3rd game, and that'll be a home game. And then the Model Secondary School for the Deaf, that's from Washington, D.C., we're going to go to them to play. And then Shoals Christian will play on August 27th up there. It's an away game. And then we'll play Galesville High School. And those are going to be our 11-man games. And the rest are all going to be deaf schools, Connecticut, South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, and all of them will just be 8-man teams. But, we're a small school. We only have 80 students, but I'm proud that we can play with 11-man team. Alabama, we're strong. That's our tradition. We've always had 11 players. So we play smaller schools, but some of them will have to be 8.
Is Jacksonville Christian one of the 8-man games that you play? I hear yes, no.
Well, this year we don't play Jacksonville Christian because they're not in the association. AHS,
Yeah, right there.
Alabama High School Athletic Association. So we're not allowed to play against Jacksonville Christian Academy this year.
Well, I think their program is sponsored by like their local church. Like they played last year, they're not called Jacksonville Christian, but that they use their uniforms and facilities and all that stuff.
Yeah, they changed their name from Jacksonville Christian
To like New Life
to
or something.
Jacksonville Temple,
Yeah.
and it's under the Christian Association now. So, and we can't play them.
Okay.
Any team that's under the Christian Association, we're not allowed to play. But I wish we could. I wish we could play them, but you know, it's not in our best interest. You know, so we'll just stick with our program. And I love playing against other deaf schools. You know, like the SEC. You know, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina. You know, we play against all of those, and the boys really enjoy playing in those more than just the public schools. You know. And like, for example, we're going to we're going to Washington D.C. to the Model Secondary School for the Deaf, and that's just a fun trip. I mean, we get to go see the White House and you know all of the things in D.C. It's a great opportunity for our athletes to go there.
Can you tell us about Stacy, who you brought with you?
Oh, sure. He's a junior this year, Stacy Phillips. He's an awesome defender and defensive end. And he played last year, but wow, he has really grown. So he's like a flower that's blossomed. And you know, the last two games, I was watching him play last year. You know, he's just is a huge asset for our defensive team this year.
What do you think of that, Stacy? About what coach is saying and the way that you...
Man, I didn't think it is that. He is right because I work with my team as I have worked with my team as a good person, whatever. So I just motivate my team to do better and win. You know.
Stacy, do you have any goals for this year for yourself? Anything you want to improve at?
I have a lot of goals. I want to have a lot of goals in school too. I want to just be a better person for people can look at me better.
Just talk about all the players that you have coming back from last year.
They all gone. They graduated.
Everybody graduated?
It's just like I just got one person that like in my grade. I just got like some. I don't know the number, but I just got some.
Well, we lost 5 of our best players from last year. Michael Page, who was the running back, and that's a huge loss for us. And then Jaquavius McCray, he was the tight end and linebacker. Then Dallas McMullen Schifferly, he was a central offense line. He was a center. And then Colin Crook, he was a linebacker. And we had one more. Oh, yeah. Donovan Birch. He was from the Alabama School for the Blind, and he was a great player. So that was a huge loss to lose all 5 of those. But we have a young team, and like Stacy said, you know, we have him. We've got Addison Taylor. He was our, he's a great tight end and also defensive end. Both of them are that like tall, and they're great on the team, a great asset for our team. And then there's Joshua Kelly. He's young, but he is fast. So, and he'll be a running back. And so I'm watching Joshua Kelly, and then Denijah Swain. We expect him to be very successful as a cornerback and receiver this year. So also we've got Bogdan Daly. He's a linebacker, but they're all young. But I think they'll be good this year.
I know in years past you had a great running game. Can you just talk about the guys you're going to have playing at quarterback and running back position?
Yeah, the running back, Michael Page, he was great. But I've got several young ones, but, like Joshua Kelly, LaKendrick, Aggie. He's in 8th grade. He's a 7th grader, or he was a 7th grader. And he played last year, and he just shocked me. He blew me away. So I was really excited to see what he's going to do this year, and at football camp. He was really good as a running back. And then also Bogdan Kelly, he really surprised me at what a good player he is. So I'm comfortable with several of our running backs, but I'm having a hard time to decide which one to be the quarterback. They're all so young, and they're not big. They're fast, but they're not big. The heaviest one I have is 210. The rest are under like 175. They're very light, but they're fast, so we'll see.
One question I had was, you talk about playing 8-man, and you also talk about playing 11-man football. How do you balance that? How do you go from one to the other? Because I know the rules are a little bit different in 8-man than they are 11-man.
Yes, they're different, but basically the same. The same, concept of football: hit, tackle, pass, run, But it's a little different with 11 players. With the 8 players. So with the 8, it's just kind of for fun. It's kind of like touch football. It's just kind of an easier game. But the 11 players is more rigorous. They have them cover the defense and stuff like that. But for the 8, it's easier. But I really appreciate my boss, Walter Ripley, because he allows me to do the schedule as how I wanted. Because before it would switch back and forth like 11, and then the next game would be 8-man, and then the next one would be 11. So now I've got the 2 11s at the first and at the end, and all the 8 in between. So I think that'll make our team understand the difference. It'll make it go smoother.
Do you have any students from the School for the Blind that will be playing with the team this year?
Yes, we have several students from the School for the Blind. I think we have 4. There'll be one started we'll be starting on the front line. His name is Charlie Weaver, and he's an 8th grader. But I've got a lot of young players, so it's going to be a young team. But I'm glad that I can play some 8-man teams, because that'll be easier on the team, on the younger guys, But if we had to play 11, they'd get really beat up.
Stacy, do you like the 8s or the 11s?
I like the 8.
Well, because why?
Because the 8 more easier, but I play it how I play it.
For a defender, it's easier, or you get more chance to move around. You're a defensive player, right?
Yes, I get to move around a little bit more this year. Yes, sir.
Coach, I mean, you guys stay around each other in the dorm. How do you keep them safe with this pandemic still going on?
How we keep each other safe.
He's good at doing it. He likes to do this.
Well, really, we have a wonderful staff that works in the dorm program and the academic program. Everybody's kept separate. They keep the 6 foot, separation from each other and wear masks and follow the CDC guidelines. So that's so far so good. And last year, a lot of students stayed home and had to do virtual learning. And then in March, all the students came back. And some of the kids stayed home. You know, it was optional. But this fall, all the students are coming back. So I think it'll be much better.
Coach, I mean, talk about being at, I think this is year 5, 6 of you being at Media Day. Just talk about what you've been able to experience here at Media Day.
Oh, it's a wonderful experience. It's really nice for the students to be able to come and see, you know, this. They've never been to the Speedway before, you know, so I think it's really an honor to be able to come here and see where they do all the interviews and everything. It's really a special time for our players to be able to come.
Coach Fawcett joked in the last session that he wanted to sneak his truck through the gate and maybe take a ride around the track. You think you want to try and do the same thing with the players?
That would be nice, yeah. Well, I told him, the two of us, before we came in, I said, "You want to do that? Have you been here before?" He said, "No, this is the first time." And then he looked down and saw, I said, "Come on, let's go down there." It's out, you know, it goes way down, then comes back up. We saw the race course, how it goes all the way around. I said, "Yeah, afterwards we can drive around it." He said, "Okay, all right, let's do it." But I warned him that the turns are, the two turns, yeah, are really, might be tough. Got to wear your seatbelt. So we just laughed about that.
It comes at you fast.
With such a young team, how important is it to instill confidence in those younger guys early on?
Oh yes, it's a fundamental for football. You have to get your best. I mean, you have to set you have to build them up, and I have wonderful assistant coaches, Cedric, Tyson, and Marlon White, and they work great with the kids and working out and you know, through their program. They do a great job. So last spring when we came back, I think we had like 15 boys come, and they were working out. They were getting trained, getting bigger. So I'm looking forward to this fall, see how much bigger they are, my 8th and 9th graders. And they'll just keep getting bigger and bigger. I'm looking forward to the next 2 or 3 years, really.
What would you say the strength of the team is this season?
Our strength? I think the speed. We have a fast team. They're really fast. I mean, that's our best advantage, I think, especially with the 8-man team. Not so much for the 11, but the defenders will help me, you know, with the speed, you know, with the defense. But yeah, our greatest strength is speed.
Are there 2 or 3 guys that stand out as being the fastest out of that group?
Oh, I have several, but yeah, the 3, the quarterback has to be fast, but also the running backs. But I've got 4 or 5 running back group that I can move around. You know, the different positions, running back and quarterback and wing back.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that wraps up the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors here at the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Our final session of the afternoon will be the Mumford High School Lions up next. Good luck to Coach Kulick and the Silent Warriors this season.
Let freedom ring all month long at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Declare your independence from your old ride and upgrade to a nicer, newer Ford, Honda, or Nissan. We're giving you up to $3,500 in down payment assistance to get into the new vehicle you want. Interest rates are at historic lows. There's never been a better time to get more for your money. Plus, we've never paid more for your trade. Get a cash offer even if you don't buy from us. We'll pay you $1,000 more than any other written offer. Other dealers may be low on inventory, but at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga, we're stepping on the gas and loading up our lot. Come in today and celebrate the freedom of choice this month only at Sarah Nissan, Sarah Honda, and Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga. Guaranteed credit approval may require money down. See dealer for details.
Let freedom ring.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Do you suffer with loose dentures? Does your denture slide around like it has a mind of its own? Are you embarrassed to smile because you're missing teeth? I have the solution that will free you from those uncomfortable feelings. Let me give you your self-confidence back and give you the ability to eat the foods you love to eat but can't. You'll be able to smile and laugh out loud again without the worries of your dentures falling out. Mini dental implants are your affordable solution, and I've been placing them with amazing results. Call Rick Redmond Family Dentistry today at 256-900-1621 for a free consultation and let us change your life forever.
Mini dental implants are 5 times less invasive, less pain, less healing time, less visits to the dentist, and the cost to you is less than half of the traditional implants. Call Dr. Rick Redmond today at 256-900-1621 for your free consultation and let him create that winning smile.
Hot under the collar because your basement is full of water? Ox Foundation Solutions has the expertise and the know-how to repair cracks, wet basements and crawl spaces, and uneven floors in your home. Ox Foundation Solutions will come up with the right fix for you. It's time to get strong. How strong? Ox Strong.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Amya Inc. is a leading global producer of calcium carbonate and a worldwide distributor of specialty chemicals. Amya has an unwavering commitment to quality and total customer satisfaction through leadership in manufacturing technology, product innovation, application expertise, incomparable service, and an exceptional understanding of our customers' needs. Amya takes pride in continuous direct customer communications to understand their changing needs for new product development and logistical support. Amya Inc. is pleased to have been a part of the Sylacauga and surrounding communities since 1992.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Padres. Nobody likes Phillies.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to our final session of the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the Infield Media Center at the Talladega Superspeedway. Our final school that will be meeting with the media this afternoon are the Mumford High School Lions, with head coach Michael Easley entering his third year. Representing the Lions today, we have Kyler Gibson, Jacoby Young, and Connor Morgan. Lions compete in Class 4A, Region 4, and open their season at Talladega on August the 20th.
So, just talk about the summer and young man you brought with you today.
Yeah, I'll start out to my left here. Big Kyler, of course, I think everybody knows now he committed to Troy last week. Starts at left tackle for us, started all the games last year and played every game the year before. He broke his hand right before, I think, the first week of practice his sophomore year. He probably would have started then too, and took about a half a year to gain full strength back. But came out and played basketball for us last year, also played baseball. I'd like to tell everybody he led the team in three-point percentage last year. He's 1,000% on the year. I think that was against Talladega in the county tournament. Yeah. Hit that. Connor's going to be our quarterback. He was our backup last year, started the Lincoln game when Tuck was out. He's a three-sport guy for us. He's starts for us in baseball, starts for us in basketball, second leading scorer in basketball, led us in three-pointers made on the year. He's going to have a big year for us. Had a good day, had a good summer throwing the ball in our 707. Jacoby's a starter for us at corner. He's going to have to play more offense this year just because of our lack of depth, but very explosive player, a guy that should be, some college that should be on right now. He's got the talent to play at the next level. Excited to see his growth since I got here as a sophomore. But three, very, very quality young men here that work their butt off every day and has done everything we've asked them to do since I got here. About the season, obviously we're excited. We were a little more excited a couple weeks ago when we thought we were not going to have to deal with the C word, with COVID, but that's starting to creep back in. Hopefully we can avoid that being too much of a distraction this year. But we're excited. Come back. We have a very competitive region. We talked about it last year at Media Days. We knew that it was going to be a very competitive region last year, and I thought it was actually better. Got to the end of the season, I thought it was better than we even anticipated. So lots of talent, lots of very good coaching in that region. So we're excited. We're ready to go. Had a really good summer. It's been extremely hot here lately, but we've had great commitment and great buy-in from all the kids. So it's been a really good summer for us.
Michael, in your introductions, you talked about Kyler and Connor both being basketball, obviously football and baseball guys. Mm-hmm. Bigger school like yours, I don't think would have a lot of multi kind of sport guys like Piedmont does, because all our kids play every day. Is it rare for those two guys to be three sport guys, whether you make one three-pointer or not in your life? But to have it like that as opposed to a specialized, he's going to be a football player.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, at a small school, and I still consider 4A and down, and really some 5As, just because of where the cutoff is. I think it's essential for your athletes to play. And that's a big deal. Jacoby also, Jacoby ran track for us last year, and he'll be a three-sport guy this year with basketball and track. And, that's a really big deal because, with us, and we've talked about it before, that is what we preached as a program. Of course, I'm a basketball coach too, but even our other basketball coaches and our baseball coaches, that's what we try to preach. We want our guys to play everything. And we feel, and we're like that because we feel like every sport helps the other sport. And I think the biggest thing, Kyler's the best example of that. His footwork compared to the end of football season, just to the end of basketball season, there was a big difference. And of course, went on the count tour this summer. Everybody that he got in front of loved him. And I think to me that was the biggest thing. You talk about with Connor, some of the throws you have to make at quarterback. The best example I can give, I guess, in the pros is Patrick Mahomes. Played basketball and baseball too, and the reason he's able to drop his arm angle and make some of the throws he makes and make on the run is because he played middle infield. And for us, we think it's important. We stress it to all our kids. We try to get them to play as many sports as possible, mainly because this is the only time they get a chance to do this. It's high school. You got one shot at high school. Get out there and do it. Have fun, and we're going to work year round about being an athlete. We lift and run. year-round. And our workout programs are designed to get bigger, faster, stronger, more explosive, and I can't find a sport that doesn't help with. So,
One for you and one for the two, Connor and Kyler. Do you have a lot of kids like that? I know you brought, these guys there, but do you have a lot that are more than two-sport guys, kids? That you can
gosh, off the top of my head, maybe 5 or 6 more guys. It's going to be 3-sporters. I'm trying to think, because some of our younger guys, some of our 8th going into 9th grade, we have several kids in the 9th grade that are playing, all 3 that play football, basketball, baseball, or football, basketball, track.
And for the 2 players, it grinds on your time. You have no free time if you're playing 3 sports. But what has that done for your athletic career to play, the 3 bigs, baseball, football, basketball?
It's proved me, like, being an athlete through football, by basketball, like Coach said. My feet's gotten way better. Like, my steps, you don't even notice what you're doing, but my steps are so much quicker and so much effective to help me move guys in front of me on football. So, yeah.
For me, it's just about staying active and working, like, throughout the year, whether it's hitting in the garage or throwing football outside, shooting basketball, whatever. Just staying active and competing year round.
Do you have an off time?
I mean, not
No,
really.
sir.
Not really.
Summer workouts is our off time.
Right.
Yeah. Mine is basically just working out and doing field work with my trainer and practicing with the team. I improved on watching the receiver's hips off the line when I'm pressing, being more patient, flipping my hips, breaking down on the ball, and just I learned how to be a leader.
Is there a new element to that for you? Those guys I knew played all 3, but is the basketball a new element for you, or is the track the new element for you, or
It's track.
Track's the new element for you?
Yes, sir.
And that's for you to do what? Jump or run?
Run.
So all the sprints?
Yes, sir.
Coach, you also, I think you could, especially in Kyler's situation, Kyler's going to Troy, and congratulations to Kyler on that. A lot of times, though, college coaches will come in, and you know this better than I do, Coach, because you are a coach, but they want to know, correct me if I'm wrong, but they want to know what other sports did Kyler play?
That's the second question I get from every college coach. First is they ask about their grades. The second is what other sports they play, and that's pretty much across the board. I was telling him back during I think this is probably early spring. This is late fall, early winter, that I had college coaches that would call me, and that was, of course, they were asking, and I was telling them, hey, he's going to play basketball for the first time this year, and they loved it. I mean, see it, it's funny, especially on the phone or through text, you hear some college offensive line coaches getting giddy over guys playing basketball, but they love it. And they have, even if you look back at, I think it was the Braves' first or second round pick, they were talking about how good he had a chance to go play college football at Texas Tech. And with everything just builds off everything, and that's what we preach, though. I mean, as an athletic program, that's just been our mentality, and we want our kids to play as much as possible. We got one five-sport guy. Our kicker this year he runs cross country also during the fall, finished 3rd in the state in 4A last year. He also runs track for us. Dakota finished 3rd in the 3200, 5th in the 1600, and 7th in the 800 at state in 4A as a 9th grader. But he also plays soccer during the spring, and this year he's going to run indoor tracks. He's going to be a 5-sporter for us. But it's just kind of what we believe in. It's something during the interview process. I was asked about multi-sports, and I was honest with them, and that was part of what I said. I believe in it, and that's the way at a small school I think you have to be, and you better be supporting everything, and you better be pushing your kids to play. If not, if you start to thin your athletes out if you don't, and it makes it a little bit harder to win in every sport if you don't have them all out there.
Coach, I also had a chance to come to your spring game and watch y'all against Childersburg and that group. And look, you had a good group out? How many guys you think you're going to be able to dress this fall when you come out?
We are dressing out 49 Monday morning when we start practice. We did practice, handed out practice jerseys and, checked helmets and stuff like that the other day. So right now we got 49.
Coach, year 3, I mean, what do you want to accomplish this year?
I want to get in the playoffs. I want to get in the playoffs. We were, and I say that, that is the end goal every year. We talked about it last year at Media Day, but I want to get in the playoffs. And I want to see, the biggest thing, and I probably wouldn't have said this answer 2 weeks ago, but now I'm starting to get to the point where, hey, I just want to make sure we have a normal season, or as normal as possible, where last year at this time I was just hoping we could get in half a season. And so that, just because of COVID. So, we want to get in the playoffs. So we talked about that. We were a hair away last year. We had we had 2 different games where if we could have taken care of business, it would have done that. And at the end of the day, we just didn't get the job done. But we want to get in the playoffs.
That brings me to my question, Coach. It looked like last year that for some reason you guys had trouble finishing. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about what you saw in that area?
I felt like, you go through a football season in good teams, and I think back a couple of the semifinal teams I was on, even in high school, and in a couple of semifinal teams that I coached on at Sachs. I felt like there was somewhere throughout the year that we caught a break. And last year's team worked their tails off, but I just felt like we never at any point during the season caught a break. And I don't even remember what game it was. There was one game where I said over the headsets, I think we finally going to catch a break. And then we didn't. And but it's just one of those things where I just felt like we didn't catch a break last year. And I feel like every good team at some point's got to catch a break during the season. So, yes, I'm hoping that happens. But we didn't. We were a couple games. We had chances to make plays right at the end of the game and to win it, and we didn't. And we fought Hanley very good. I wasn't there that night because I was quarantined, but we fought Hanley, to a 10-point game, and they ended up going on to win the state championship. And I felt like we played well in a lot of games, but there were a handful of plays in 2 or 3 games that decided the game, and we just couldn't. Either we couldn't catch a break or we couldn't make a play or whatever it was, and it ended up changing the game.
The 3 players, did any of y'all play as 8th graders?
I came up at the end of the year in 8th grade after middle school ended and played with the varsity. I played 1 game.
And either one, yes, no, and it.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
and I raise that point because if you do, as Coach says, we want to get in the playoffs, and you do get in the playoffs, it'll be the first time that you will have been in the playoffs in your career, albeit you played a little bit as that year. What would that mean to be able to at least play in it once while you were high school players? And you could probably still dress it because you were just like, you didn't play, you probably dressed and played
Yes,
a
sir.
little bit. So what would it mean to get in the playoffs before how meaningful would it be to you guys?
It'd mean everything. It should be the standard at Montford. We were a winning program, and we've just fell off the last couple of years. But I think we've had the potential, and we can still make the playoffs.
I got a little taste of playoff sports this past year in baseball. Mm-hmm. We went down to Bibb County, and it was the first time I ever got to experience what playoff sports is like, and I loved it. It's competitive. It'll be more physical. I really think we can accomplish it this year.
It would mean a lot to not just me, but our entire program and the whole community to make the playoffs, and that's about it.
And to come so close the last couple of years and not had gotten there, how much of a deflator was that?
Not much of a deflator, more of a motivation. We have the potential. We should have capitalized on it. We just didn't. That's on us. But I think we have the ability, and we'll do it this year.
I thought Kyler made a good point too. That should be the standard. I mean, I don't shy away from that. That should be the standard every year. We talk about it every year. At the end of the day, we're trying to go out and be 1-0 every week, but there's always that end goal. And that end goal, we talked about it in basketball too. They talked about it in baseball. We want to be in the playoffs. That's just the standard we want in our athletic program, period, across the board.
Coach, talk about your region a little bit, because it looks like to me, and looking at the schedule, that there's going to be at least one really good team that's not going to make it.
Yes, possibly two. I said it last year. I thought it was going to be a really competitive region, and I said, like I said earlier, it was a little bit better than even I thought it was going to be, and I think it's going to be the same way this year. Obviously there's been a couple of really good players on each team that have moved on, but at the end of the day, I think this is a super competitive region that, you look around too, there's a lot of really good coaching in this region, and you've got some historic programs as well that has a past of winning. It may have went through a down year athletically, and maybe they are not as good as they have been, but there's a couple that I battled when I was assistant that we were battling them for region championships, and they just went through kind of a they had a little bit of a slide athletically and didn't win as much, but they're still competitive. And even during their down years, it's not an easy game when you go out there. So, and I think it's the same way now. And I think, a couple of the teams that I think there's going to be a couple teams that were maybe at the bottom of the region that's going to be a little bit better this year because they've got a lot of their young guys back. And I just think competitive is the key word there. It's going to be a super competitive region. I don't see a lot of blowouts. I see a lot of close games. And I think it's going to be fun, though. I mean, as a coach, you enjoy that. And obviously, you want to come out on the winning side, but I think you don't want to go out there and have 5 bad teams in your region and have your starters done at halftime 5 out of 10 games. You want a competitive region. You want to learn how to win those fourth quarter games. So it's going to be super competitive.
Sure does put a premium, though, on those home games, for sure.
Oh, no doubt. And I tell you, I hope it puts some people in the stands, because we got to make up some money from last year. I'm telling you, and we only got 4 this year. So the timing wasn't great for us to have 6 home games last year with reduced capacity. But like I said, I hope it puts some people in the stands so we can make some money.
Mike, you said the other night when we talked last year, you felt almost like as a head coach you were coaching more against COVID than you really were coaching your football team. Could you talk about that again just a little bit?
Yeah, when I made this comment a couple times after the season last year, we went through 13 weeks of football. I felt for 13 weeks, and even if you go back the 8 weeks during the summer, I felt like a safety inspector. It took a lot of the joy out of the game, and not that it was still fun to be around the kids and still fun to go out there on Friday nights, but we had to focus on safety. Not that we don't now, but everything was new then, and I felt more like a safety inspector than I did a football coach for about 13 weeks last year, because that's where we were. That's where we were as a society. That's where we were, as a high school athletic program. We had to do it. It was part of. It's part of what we had to do. But yes, it was and it was stressful. It was stressful. I was telling somebody earlier that, instead of laying in bed at midnight, trying to figure out how to score points, I'm trying to think, did I sanitize everything? How can I organize and space out a little bit better so we can't get caught up in the 15-6 rule? And, just you're ready as a coach and as a person in a leadership role that's responsible for young people, you're ready to move past all that. And I think that's probably been a little bit of the frustrating part these last 2 weeks when we've starting to get these reports of numbers spiking and cases going up. And so it's definitely something we were hoping we didn't have to deal with this year.
With the numbers going up, does that change the way you approach fall practice?
Well, slightly. I don't know that we can do what we did last year. Number one, and I'll tell people, I haven't shied away from saying this. Number one, we were very blessed last year. We didn't have to quarantine. Now, we had several players throughout the year that tested positive and had to quarantine, but as a team, we didn't have to and didn't have to forfeit. The biggest reason for that was because our system, we went on a blended schedule from the start. So instead of having 20 to 30 kids in a classroom, we were sitting there between 10 and 15, and you're able to space everybody out. And I just talked to our kids at workouts this morning about this. That made a big difference. And that kept, I know some schools that were sending home 70 a day sometimes getting quarantined. And we didn't have to deal with that as much as some other school systems did. So, that to me, the biggest impact on our ability and every other team's ability in our system, the biggest impact was the way our school day was set up, because there were some procedures already put in place that just made it a little bit easier to space some kids out and not get quarantined. So we were blessed last year.
Michael, you're one of the newer head coaches, younger head coaches in the area. Can you talk a little bit about your perception of all this stuff we're hearing about players transferring from one school to the other? And, are we where something else needs to be done?
I have bosses sitting back there, don't you? I will be as professional as I can be with my answer. It's gotten out of hand. There are coaches in this state that are more worried about winning than making a difference in kids' lives. And I will not, nor will any of our coaches ever get to the level where we are going to do some of the things that have been done around the state. Is it out of hand? Yes. Now, I personally believe it's every parent's right. If they want to pick up and move their kid somewhere else, that is their right to do that and choose. That's the great thing about this country. We have a lot of freedoms. But, yes, it's out of control, and something needs to be done at a higher level. I'll say that. That's the nicest way I can say it.
What got us there, though? I mean, is it parents wanting kids to be seen more? Is it coaches, or is it a combination of all of it?
I think it's society. I think society's changed. I think, everybody's looking out for theirs sometimes, but, I don't necessarily blame parents for finding good situations for kids. I blame coaches who know better, that are professionals, that are adults, that do stuff they're not supposed to do. And that's just me being honest.
It seems a little personal, Coach. I mean, I know you guys lost a lot of kids over the last 3, 4, 5 years. Is that just something that touches home with you?
Well, I mean, I've seen it. We've seen it up close, but it's going on all over the state, though. I mean, this is not. I'll leave a name out of it, but I talked to somebody on the central board of directors down at the state as he was coming back from the meeting yesterday. I talked to him for about an hour, and I mean, he talked at length about this is a problem. This is a big problem, and he even made the comment. I'm not turning a blind eye to this stuff. I know it's going on, but I don't make the decisions at the top. So there's a lot of people that know what's going on, but I mean, here's the thing: what are we in this for? I mean, as a coach, if your answer is I'm in here to win games and build my ego and build my checkbook, then you need to check yourself at the door. Are you in it to make a difference in kids' lives? Work them hard and try to win games. That's what we try to do. But I mean, what is your end goal? And ours is make a difference in kids' lives. And we get to coach for a living and teach, and we get to be around kids. That's fun. So I wish more coaches would take that approach. But yeah, it's that's as professional as I can answer that, especially when my boss is in the room.
I guess, though, Coach, the question that I have, or the concern that I have from our perspective, is we see the college game moving rapidly in a more player pro type deal, and my concern is we're going to see that filter down into high school football before it's over with.
Yeah, go check out the state of Texas. Top quarterback in the nation is talking about skipping his senior year of high school, so he can go sign an endorsement deal. I mean, it's just, and I hate that, because the thing that kids don't realize is you get one shot at high school, and look, college is a whole different ballgame. I mean, it's a business, number one. You think you don't have a life now? My goodness, it's just. I mean, you don't have time to do anything once you get. I don't care what sport you play at the college level. You don't have time to do anything, because you're going to class, you're going to practice, you're going to workouts, you're going to recovery, you're going to eat team meals. then you're going to study hall, and then you're going to sleep and waking up doing it again every day. And that's your life. And I'm not saying that's not a good life. I mean, they're paying for education, so that's great. But, you know, this is the last chance. I want high school sports to stay pure. And, you know, it scares me the direction it's headed. It really does.
Let's get back to on the field. Just
Yep.
talk about your offense. I mean, I guess it's gonna look a little bit different with Connor at quarterback, or is it gonna be more of the same?
I just have to come out with the Talladega game and see. No, I mean, obviously Connor's strength is throwing the football, and we have, and we're sitting in a situation where I think our deepest position is at running back. So, we've got to we got 3 or 4 guys that we've got to get the ball to through the air as well as handing it off to them. So that'll be on us to find ways to be creative and get them the ball. But we're really deep at the running back position. We have 4 guys that we could put in at any time and give the ball to with no hesitation, or throw to with no hesitation. So yeah, it may look a little, different. For them, it's not going to be much different it's not going to be a bunch of added terminology or anything like that. But you might not see Connor run the ball 30 times a game. I don't know. Some games he's begging to run it, but no, it'll look a little bit different. But we'll have to play to the strength of our players.
What have you seen from him this summer?
He's throwing the ball well. He's throwing the ball on time. I was thinking back on the way over here. I was thinking about the 7-on-7, and we played 7 games the other day. Now, I wasn't there for the last one because I had to get back for the fundraiser, but through 6 games, and Coach Snyder didn't say anything about the last game from a negative standpoint. I can only think of about 2 or 3 balls all day long that the wrong decision was made, and that's, I think, to me, that's a big thing. Is he's made great decisions with the ball. I think during the spring game he made one bad decision, and then a day of 7-on-7, I think he made 2, threw the wrong ball twice, and one of those scored a touchdown on. So, but that, I think that's the biggest thing: decision making, and throws the ball on time. Again, baseball player that's thrown a baseball all his life, and that helps out tremendously.
Connor, how tough was it up there Saturday, going 7 games and all that heat, especially on the turf there at Piedmont?
It was hot. It was really hot, especially on the turf. It really challenged us. We had to push through. We've run a lot during the summer. Our summer workouts have been very tough, and it's kind of helped prepare us for it. Coach Easley told us the Thursday before we went, he said that we were going to thank him on that Saturday because they knew it was going to be hot. We knew it was going to be hot. But yeah, we competed well. We got a lot of good guys. We saw a lot of things from them that we wanted to see, and I think that we've got a chance. Especially after then, I think that we got a chance to make some noise this year and go far.
You got a chance to play some last year when Jay was injured. What kind of confidence does that give you going into the season, knowing that you do have some actual game experience under your belt?
It's gonna help me. Playing last year, even it was limited time, but in the small time that I got, it just let me see what was going on. It let me get out there and Coach Easley let me throw some. I got to run the ball a few times. It helped me. Just seeing from the sidelines helps a lot. You can kind of see things that you can't normally see in the games, but being on the field, like, there's nothing like it. You can just to deal with the pressure. You got everybody, all the eyes are on you. It really helped me. It grew my confidence. I feel really confident about this year.
And I'll add too, something that's helped him as a quarterback is he's been the point guard the last 2 years of basketball. And really, we played 2 point guards, him and Jaquan. But his ability, I think the biggest thing for the football field for him, as far as decision making and feeling pressure and stuff, or handling pressure, he got used to that the last 2 years, handling the ball so much in basketball. And again, that's another example of going back to what Muskie asked about playing multiple sports and how it helps. So I don't want to take, I want to make sure that's said. I think as far as handling pressure, I'm not worried about that because I watched him on the basketball court against some really good basketball teams.
That leaves the door open for another good question, Mike. When you first took this job, you and I talked, and you said you were going to coach basketball at least the first year. We're 3 years later. Are we still coaching basketball, and have you changed your mind about that?
I am still the head basketball coach for one more year.
You got to say that because your bosses are in the room, or what?
No, it is. It was a situation where, at the time, as far as teacher units and what we had, and it was better for me to go ahead and take it just because we were, to be able to hire in enough people. And I coached it at Saks for so long with Coach Miller. I was used to doing it. In fact, during the interview process, I told him, I said, I really want to coach basketball as well, even though this is a head football job. But I said, at least I'd like to at least do middle school or something. I want to be involved with it just because I've always coached it and I don't know what else to do during the winter. And of course, I didn't have, I only had a 2-month-old at that time. I know what to do during the winter now because I got 2 kids. But no, it was just one of those things where, we didn't have much turnover and wasn't able to. And I enjoy it. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the game. I love coaching it. But it's just a situation. I have 2 small kids now, and I want to see them. I want to bring them to games, and I want to come watch a basketball game, but I want to bring my kids with me. And I don't like missing so much time with them. And at the end of the day, that's the only reason that this is going to be the last year that I do it. And I'll still be around a lot, and I may jump in, and if we got a coach sick, I may jump in and coach a game or something. But yeah, this will be the last year I do basketball.
Got one in waiting? Is that hire to be made in the future?
Ask me in February.
Coach, just talk about your all-state safety coming back. What do you want to see from him?
I want to see improvement. Obviously you want everybody to improve from sophomore to junior year. Sylvester's a talented young man. Obviously, I know everybody's seen what kind of attention he's getting. He's a talented young man. I think the biggest thing, he's added some really good weight during the off season. I expect him to, play the same way he did last year, but just improve on some things. I've talked about it with him. I want to see him improve his eye discipline, and I want to see him, improve some little things that he made a lot of mistakes last year, but he was a sophomore. He made the same mistakes a lot of sophomores make, and so I want him to he's gotten 17 games under his belt as a starter now. So even though he's a junior, I want to see him play like a senior. But that would be probably I just want to see improvement.
Defensively, what do you want to see overall from your team?
Well, I want to see us tackle. That's the big thing. I want to see us tackle. I want to see us cover. We're Jacoby coming back at corner. He had a really good year last year, and didn't cornerback sometimes a tough position to evaluate for a college coach because sometimes your good corners don't get much attention. They don't get balls thrown at them a lot, and I feel really good. No matter who we're playing, I feel really good about sticking Jacoby on one side. On the other side, we'll see a couple different players go in and play that spot, mainly just because we've got multiple skill guys that's got to turn around and play on offense full time too. So we got to be careful there. I feel good on the back end though of our defense. We have a lot of new faces up front, and I say new; they were on the team before, but just lack of playing time in our front. So. I want to see them. I want to see them fly the ball and tackle and be in the right spot. Sometimes you're going to get out talented. I can take that, but I want to see them be in the right spot. And if the guy in front of them, when they got a one-on-one situation, if he's more talented, I can live with that. But be in the right spot, be good tacklers, cover people on the back end, and that's what I want to see from defense this year.
Coach, we're on the back end of another reclassification after this season. You guys were borderline last time, fell back to 4A. What's your numbers looking like?
We'll be 4A again, unless we get a lot of move-ins. We should be 4A. I hope 4A North this time, though.
Just talk about the leadership you have on the team this year.
I have been. I described this to somebody during the spring, but there was more buy-in this spring than what we had seen. And that's nothing against the first 2 years' teams, but there was a lot of buy-in we felt like as a staff this spring that maybe as a whole we hadn't seen Before. And, I've got to give Kyler a lot of credit. He he has really stepped his game up from a leadership role. And I mean, he's in there pushing guys. You mean, good luck slacking off or not going full speed in his group, and because he's going to say something to you, or he's going to walk over to the bar and spot you and make sure you get every rep in. And to me, that's been the biggest thing with him. And I told Troy's coaches, this is the day they were going to offer. I knew they were going to offer him, but this back earlier in the summer when we were talking, I told him, I said, coaches, you're not, because I was talking to 2 or 3 of them on the speakerphone. I said, you are not going to regret offering this kid, because he's going to check every box you want. He's going to be there for 4 or 5 years. He's going to get his degree. He's going to act right. He's going to do everything the right way, and he's going to be a great leader. And to me, I got to give him credit because I've seen that. But really, all our seniors as a whole. I mean, I've seen more seniors pushing guys during summer workouts than I did the last 2 years combined. And again, I don't mean to say anything negative towards anybody. This group has really kind of just taken another step forward and done a lot of stuff we wanted to see. Look, at the end of the day, we got coaches out there to coach kids, but I want to see kids push each other. I want to see kids hold each other accountable. And these 3 guys have done it with other kids, but I got 10 more that's done it too. And that's been something I've been really pleased with.
Players, do you want to talk about just being leaders and how you guys seem like you stepped up this year?
Yeah. The last 3 years, I mean, we've had good players. Like Coach said, we've had good talent, but we haven't had a bunch of buy-in. And I feel like this year we have more kids as a whole buying in and actually like wanting to be there and push each other as a team, like have a team success instead of individual success.
We've got a lot of players leading by example too. It's one thing if you've got players just running around like bossing around saying like, hey, you need to run full speed, you need to do every rep, but they're not running full speed or doing every rep. And it means a lot. Like just being back when I was younger, when I would look up and I would see the older guys pushing everybody and they were also like going as hard as they could, it really made me want to buy in. And so all of us have been trying to do that and set an example for the younger guys so that even when we're gone, they know what to do and they know how to compete and win.
Basically what those 2 said, I can't really say anymore. I mean, they took the words right out of my mouth, but being a leader, it takes a lot, and like I said, it does feel amazing. Everyone on the team has bought in. Like the freshmen that came from middle school, they have bought in also, the 10th graders, 11th graders, literally everyone. But that's about it.
Also for the players, I mean, you guys have more college athletes playing big-time football on Saturday than anybody in the county. Does that kind of motivate you guys to work harder and try to take that next step?
Yes, definitely.
Seeing guys like Jakari playing on Saturdays, when you turn on the ESPN primetime game that night and see Jakari at center, it really does a lot. And the fact that he's representing Mumford and he's representing them well, I think that it's really good to see that and have that in a community.
Yeah, what they said about Jakari and also Marshall Clark was a standout at JSU this last year, and they both represented not only themselves but their hometown well.
Does Jakari help you a little bit in just being an offensive lineman, and he's been through what you're about to go through?
Yes, sir. I talk to Jakari a lot. He's sort of a mentor to me. I want to like mimic his game, but also take the next step. He's a great player, and was one of the finalists for Remington, I think, last year. And I just want to take my game to the next level, and he's a great player and a great leader.
Just talk about all the talent that comes through Mumford. It seems like that's somewhere where they always have top talent.
Yes, and there's been some, and we talked about this. There's been some that we're in school here, went other places that were really talented as well, and it seems like it's one of those places that, and I said this when I first came, I can't remember which one of y'all I was talking to on the side, but you always seem like you're going to have enough players there to compete every year, and looking from the outside in, and so but that's a big deal, and to see kids going to the next level, and not just going and having their signing day and doing that, but actually going up there and getting to make an impact and getting their degree and doing stuff like that. So there's several good examples we have. Right now, I didn't get to coach the 2 guys y'all were talking about, or the 2 guys Kyler was talking about, but I've heard nothing but good things about them. I've met both of them once or twice, but yeah, they're good representatives for Montford High School.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that will wrap up the 10th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the Talladega Superspeedway. Would like to thank each of the members of the media who came out today to make this event a success. I also like to thank the Superspeedway for being a gracious host once again, and First Bank of Alabama for being our sponsor for today's event. Good luck, Coach Easley and Montford Lions.